YouTube chat. Just want to say hello. Good morning. There's also the Twitch chat. Twitch chat gets priority, but I do see the YouTube chat. As for Twitch chat, if you want to say hello to YouTube or the VOD, now's the best time to do that. And of course, over here on Twitch, we are currently having a hype train. So thank you very much to the 5-pack of gift subs from Devildon. Of course, bits and gift subs and resubs and prime subs and all that crap goes towards it. And Twitch does have new emotes for them. So if you want a chance at, or not a chance, but if you want to get new emotes, now's your opportunity to do that. And they are holiday themed. If it levels up enough, they become animated, which is kind of cool. I like the froggy ones. Taylor, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Happy holidays. Capillar as well, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, and also happy holidays. So we are trying to finish this fortress. Dwarves don't worship any, like, earthly religions, so I would think they would have their own holidays. Except the Dwarven holiday would be, like, the 14th celebration. Like, if you look at Legends mode, there's all kinds of, like, different holidays that they worship and follow and, like, celebrate, and it's always, like, the 14th celebration of wind in the mountain home of something or another, drinking this, and the celebration included candles and axe throwing. Very dwarfy. Caveman Doc, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. We need to build a tree somewhere. And you want to know why we need to build a tree? Not because it's Christmas. That's not why we need to build a tree. We need to build a tree because our friends, the elves, had the audacity, after years of dedicated friendship, they decided to invade us. It's a damn shame. So I'm going to build a tree up here. That's what I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes doing, and then we're going to go back to digging too deeply and greedily. But before I do that, we're going to read all the dwarves that are in the fort. There are a lot of them. A lot of dwarves have also died. And something else I should note is we've started digging. Most of you will know what this is. We've also found the sweet, sweet candy. So I don't think we'll dig too deeply and greedily today, but ideally, I can get it fully prepped to dig too deeply and greedily. We have military training down here at the bottom. 2 squads, in fact. We have Marksdwarf squad training right there, and a normal squad training right there. And we've been attacked by several critters. Do trees regrow in this game? Yes, but not if you're on a glacier where there are no trees, which is where I am. But yes, as long as you're somewhere where trees go, trees do regrow. If you're in like a temperate biome, Scriptio, and you scroll your mouse around, you'll see these tiny little baby trees. It'll actually say what type of saplings they are, and those trees will eventually become large trees. And Devilish Potato, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. So let me just run through like just a row of thank yous here. Swingblade, Cassine, Seedback, Fight Attack with the $1 and bits, Minimalist with the Prime sub, Mr. Orange 42,000 with the Prime sub, Devil Dawn with the 5-pack of gift subs, Taylor B with the 5-pack of gift subs, Capillaro with the 5-pack of gift subs, Caveman Doc showing off with the 10-pack of gift subs, and a Devilish Potato with the 5-pack of gift subs. Thank you very much. Continuing to level up that hype train. I think we're into the animated emotes. Yeah, we've made it to the animated hype train emotes. So if you get into the hype train now, you'll get an animated emote. Used to watch Blind years ago. It's nice to see he's still playing DF. Years ago. Years ago. I mean, you did follow me in 2019. You did follow me when, like, I was playing, I guess, the Learning Dwarf Fortress series, right? Is what I titled my streams back then. Sub-gifting war? I don't know about that. It's not a full-on sub-gifting war when there's 2 people in my chat that have not yet been gifted a sub. So it can't be that crazy. How the hell do I remember that? What, that you followed me in 2019? Well, I know that you followed me in 2019 because I can click on your username and it tells me that you followed me in 2019. So I'm cheating. But in 2019, that would have been the Learning Dwarf Fortress era where I was properly learning the game after like halfway learning it several times. Yeah, no, I'm not a psycho person who could just be like, I know when you were here last. Although, admittedly, there was a person who watched my streams every single day for about a month and a half when I had a brief obsession with City Skylines 1. I played about 150 hours of that game in a month. I built one huge city and it was great. And then I basically didn't touch that game again. And there was one person who tuned in like every day for every single one of those streams and then never again. And then one day showed up for a Risk of Rain stream and was like, yo, hey, what's up? And I was like, man, I haven't seen you since City Skylines. He was like, how the hell do you remember that? I was like, well, you were there every day for Cities. But anyway, it's a kindness. What is what it is. Hoff, happy holiday. Hope you're having a good Dwarfmas. So yeah, we're gonna be digging through this, but we're also gonna build a tree. So I'm gonna build a tree out of wood and glass. I thought about this. We're gonna build a tree out of wood and glass on top of our library. Is what we're gonna do. Wood and glass tree on top of our library. Yeah, I do actually have wood, I think. Thinking, bit big. Kind of between 3x3 and 4x4. How big do you think we should make this tree, chat? I mean, it's not going to be a real tree. It's going to be a statue of a tree, basically. 4x4 with no corners. All right, well, we'll do it that way. Let's see, what do we have? We have tunnel tube, goblin cap. Ooh, we should do tower cap. Should make tower cap blocks to do this. Great Udolf, Ilankanem. How's things? Hail beauties, as the line says. A minute left to get in on that hype train, and you will get an animated emote. So if you gift a subscription or cheer $1 in bits, you will get an animated holiday-themed emote. Analysis lover, hello. Also, speaking of animated emotes, we have a new one, which is Crypt Undulates. Yeah, they can. I've seen 4x4 trees. I'm not sure. There's only a few types that can, though. Plutorino, thank you very much for gifting 2 Tier 1 subscriptions. Out into the ether. Appreciate you. Nimlark, hello. So, let's read through the named dwarves. The named dwarves in the fort are 4 Loud, a Devilish Potato, Aether Null, Aimless Alpha, Alcord II, Andre the Regular Guy, Ashatol, and Baku, as well as Baka Glass, Bastet, Big Bang A1, Blazing Iceberg II, Blue Owl, Dolaman II, and Brain Fist, as well as Bread Pita, and CEO of the Void, Fight Attack. Thank you very much for gifting a subscription. And Devildawn, thanks for the $10. Blue Owl, Dolaman II, Brain Fist, and Bread Pita, as well as CEO of the Void, Saboard, and Clairvor, and Dark's Shadow. Oh, look at you. You guys all got the good one. Hypo Deer is so good. That's actually, like, probably the best one, in my opinion. Dr. Special 420, Dr. Funk, and Elfie. As well as in Fragrance and Forest DeFox, Fried Onions, Glass Half Empty II, GM 70, and Hot Rod Ricky, as well as Haro de Gear and Ice Hockey Player, GM Jalopy, Jetpack Tuxedo, and Kashmir Ghost, who is a necromancer experiment. Also Cormacker and Kyo Doka, as well as Linder and Le Musketeer, Lightning Roger and Lord Ubda, as well as Luder Wang, and Lyagushka and Maladine and Mini Big Hair, and MMO Junkie, Moreb, Nasty Ninja, No Banner Flags, Nuclear Sneeze II, Pablo Rasta, Pierre, as well as Piranha Pearl, and Plague Breaker, and Pulo, Exion, and Porcelet, and Prismatic Flux, Ramsey, and Rare Candy OSRS. Continuing to read, we have Really Swifty, Salty Tempest, Salva Daddy, Silver Falcon, Sambauer, and Smitchell. And Soul Shinery, Some Custodian, Stonecoat, Stupid Moles, and Tele B, who's still alive. Tellin Artho, the Great Udolf, and also Tele is getting to load catapults. The Great Udolf, Tight 90, Tygozar, and Tyron Des, as well as Tricky, Trickety, Recognize, White Pony 1, Holy Spokes, Xyophone the second. Zatrak died, unfortunately. It was one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. Happy holidays, Ranger Rick. Back at you, dude. It just never happens. They're like any other visitor, right? They're like any other visitor. They have a chance to join. And if they decide to join, then they will request permission. This one requested permission, and I said yes. This one was created by a necromancer. Is a member of the Flag of Warriors, but is currently a permanent resident here, or a temporary resident here, I guess, technically, who I will absolutely allow to become a permanent resident if they get the opportunity. I have 97 books. Jeez. I didn't realize that. I do have a scribe, don't I? I wonder if Led's just going around copying books. Because I did make him... Okay, no, he's not. What's your writing skill? You're a master student, great musician, dabbling poet, and a competent singer. Certainly has read a lot. Knows a lot of philosophy. Concept of time, etc. Hello again. Happy holidays. Ranger Rick. On format 2. So many dwarves scammed you? Yeah, no, we've got a ton in this fort. It's quite the thing. 'Tis indeed quite the thing. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna make some wooden blocks. We're gonna make some wooden blocks. And by the way, the plan for this whole week, chat, we'll be streaming tomorrow. And tomorrow will be a split stream. I'm going to try and prep the fort today for Calamity. Tomorrow, I will do my best to dig too deep and end this fort. And then ideally, Wednesday we'll start a new fort. So hopefully tomorrow will be a combo of Dwarf Fort and Caves of Cud. And day after will be new fort. That is the hope. That's what I'm aiming for. So we're gonna do 26 goblin cap blocks. Well, actually, let's just do 20. We're gonna do some goblin cap blocks. That's what we're gonna use to build our tree. Then we're gonna go up the top of this. I'm gonna go just skim this and just go, please don't have any of the creepy stuff. What I think actually I'm gonna do, because this would just be safer. Although, I don't really want to get attacked this way. Let's just go right here and build a ramp. Because I'm still having to check for contaminants from the nightmare stuff. Let's just go right here. Up. And we're going to go over to here, and we're going to deconstruct this. This right here is my watch owl. My watch owl does not tell time. Instead, it watches. And if elves come to attack us, it should spot them before they de-stealth. I would say that there are, of course, good sales that you can get on Boxing Day, but the majority of Boxing Day sales, at least in my experience, are generally not good sales. You know, it's kind of the, oh, it's 70% off, and then like you look later and realize that they actually just like increased the price. So all of these characters right now are what are you actually doing, dwarves? These are being hauled to where they're supposed to be, right? Or are they removing them from here? We're either stuck in an endless loop right now, or they're all just stacking them here. Okay, so you're storing item in vehicle. Let's just follow this gem, because I know a lot of diamonds are getting hauled up right now, which might be what's actually happening. I just want to make sure that they're not getting hauled out. Yeah, they're not getting hauled out. Cool. Now, are these ones going to where they're supposed to be? Cool. How about this one? Okay, so these ones are supposed to be cut. Ah, I see, but we've got rough ones. So you are supposed to be cut only. I see the problem that's happening here. Okay, so you're cut only. Yeah. How about you? Let's make sure that this is going the correct direction. Yes. This stockpile here is what? Also only cut gems. How about this one? No, not the dwarf. This one. Just rough gems. Okay, how about this? Just rough gems. Is this going the correct direction? Yes, it is. All right, sweet. Well, we should be able to just let them put all the gems away then. But yeah, I'm not much of a Boxing Day salesperson. Like Boxing Day is the sort of day where if I feel like taking part, are we about to get attacked? That's what it feels like. If I feel like taking part in like ridiculous capitalism, it's not Boxing Day that's my day that I would particularly care about. Just double check to make sure the dwarf's actually going to the right place. Also, this fortress doesn't lag, it hitches. It's been getting some pretty bad hitching, which basically just means it, like, seizes periodically. Well, these gems are clearing out. Okay, I think you're loading from the wrong stockpile. Because this is rough gems. So rough gems should be loading from like the top stockpile, which is stockpile 70. So you should load from here and go to there. And let's just make sure that rough gems has the correct... Oopsies, let's get rid of that. You stop right there and take this fungi wood minecart. I'm so confused. Why are you not letting me place you? Okay. So sometimes you'll end up with these weird infinite loops with these, where they're not supposed to happen. I'm currently... Okay, I see what happened. They're currently not happening in the way that I would logically expect them to happen. And it's very confusing. Okay, you go there. Then you, the slower one. Get rid of you. We'll add you in. Remove these. Remove those as well. You are going to load from here. And you are going to load cut gems. Top one up here, you are going to load rough gems. So I had to delete all of my stockpiles for reasons, and it's obviously still screwed things up. What's up, Brayton? 40K. Family's starting to get out of bed finally, so it's Christmas for you. Take care. We'll see you when we see you, Drosta. Have a good day with family. Thanks for swinging by briefly. Yeah, in regards to like Boxing Day, I don't know what your guys' memories are like, but at least for here, I think that there was a point of saturation of Amazon that made Boxing Day kind of irrelevant. I think that there was a point where Boxing Day was a very commonplace thing here, where a lot of people cared about it a whole lot. But I don't think, for the very least, me, I don't think I live in that world anymore. Why are there rough gems in this particular stockpile? You are cut gems. Also, you're cut glass, not even cut gems. What? You're supposed to be cut gems. You're supposed to be rough gem. You right here. Or cut. What? Yeah, so cut gems, that's correct. Rough gems. Rough gems. And loaded rough gems, okay. And loaded cut gems. I don't think I've done anything wrong here. There we go. This stockpile's filling up as it should now. Perfect. It's going all right, Zolinar. St. Stephen's Day. I'm not familiar with the St. Stephen. Is an electronics store that are trying to get rid of stuff for the new year. Otherwise, the sales are no different than normal. Yeah, I think that we are at a point now where sales are so frequent and so widespread that even when there is big sales now, I don't think they matter all that much. Like, we're almost desensitized to the benefits of capitalism to a degree. So I think that's for the best, though. I mean, I don't know what the holiday season is like for you people here watching and your guys' families. Also, Hot Rod Ricky over in the YouTube chat and Koopa Zolt. I'll just say Koopa because I don't know how to pronounce your last name. And Nick, hello. Good morning. I don't know what the holidays is like for you guys, but at least for me, my entire extended family, everybody gets a little knickknack or like a playable thing that we can either play with the family or like a book, like something kind of small, and a baked good is what everybody gets. So everybody in my extended family gets 2 jars of sauerkraut that I made myself over the last month, which is why my whole apartment smells like fermented cabbage still, and fudge. So you get Christmas fudge, and you get sauerkraut. That's how I do gifts at this point, because like I think just being forced to take part in the holidays sucks more than anything. Yeah, food gifts, exactly. Darren, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. And don't worry too much about me, guys. We're doing okay. I'm more just here to say hi to people on the holidays. But, of course, if you want to throw money at me, I won't say no. So this is a scholar who wishes to stay here for the purpose of study. I've always wanted to, like, pay more attention to what the scholars actually know. And it's really neat kind of scrolling through and being like, all right, you know about the flask, the funnel, all these different chemistry tools. And then it's like, okay, well, you know about star charts. Jerry Gord, long time. How you been? Enjoy the lurks, dude. Thanks for the 12th month and the tier 3. My phone's busy being at me. My mom's saying Merry Crims. So did my phone provider. Thanks, phone provider. Food and consumable gifts. Fuzzy socks, consumable gifts, and, like, bath supplies. You know? Like, consumables. I gift consumables at this point. to put it in video games terms. I give people temporary buffs via consumables for the holidays. That's how I provide gifts to people. Let's not make a big deal about it. Say the word you want to say and roll with it. I've been saying happy holidays, Lanix. We're not gonna... If people actually start, like, War on Christmas bullshit in my chat, I will knock a fool out of the sky. Say the word you prefer. Holidays for me. Christmas for somebody else. Doesn't fucking matter. Spaghetti miss if you are a pastafarian. And gave each other socks. There you go. As somebody has to. So we've been training catapults for a little bit. I also need to build some more catapults. Catapults do not friendly fire, so you can just kind of get them to point at a wall like this. And just like archery, as long as they fall into a trench, you don't lose the boulder. And then pretty quickly, you'll just end up with a whole bunch of boulders, and they'll just kind of keep firing. They're very, 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 like, effective like this. And this is how I'm training my future army of siege dwarves. Insert long rant, copy paste it through Reddit. I mean, As long as the rant is funny. You feel free to insert the long rant. But I will knock a fool out of the fucking sky if people start being all weird about holidays. Did you survive the toxic mayhem? Hot Rod Ricky is in fact still alive from the YouTube chat. You are in fact still alive. You are still in the military. You are satisfied after remembering successfully mastering concentration. And you want to be around family, but unfortunately you don't have any. So, yeah. You're in the Bloody Glacier, which is this one. I think these top 3 squads are just going to take a no orders break. Yes, it's Siege Weapon Operator. So for me, I use What? Right. Yeah, your mom and dad, or your mom died. Your dad's probably partying somewhere. Typical dwarf. Here's hoping baby figures out how to get up soon. And stop saying bye-bye. Yeah, no, mom died in front of us. We watched mom die. It's a sad tale. Died to a demon, if I'm not even mistaken. Yeah, horrified after seeing mom die. What, Rith? Yeah, Rith. Literally watched mom die. This poor dwarf. It's a sad tale. So hopefully you'll crawl back inside. Initially I was like, okay, that dwarf's either insane.
3 fecking years. Hello there.
3 fecking, yeah. Feck this 3 times. Thank you very much, Tygo, for the 3rd year. Welcome back. We're continuing to support the stream. But yeah, no, so the skill that they train from these is Siege Operator. And all that Siege Operator does is it makes them shoot in a straight line. And it's just like any other skill. So the dwarf that starts to, like, and this one's legendary. Tele's legendary at it. I'm going to make a Mechanics Guild right here is something I'm going to do. Actually, more this area up here is going to be a Mechanics Guild leading into this area. Because allegedly, Siege Operators teach Siege Operating from Mechanics Guilds. So we need to check that. Yeah, all these dwarves are slightly grumpy about the snowstorm situation. So what I think I'm going to do is actually make a hollow tree up here. I think we're going to make a hollow tree. Because then what I can do is I can cut out the middle and put a door. I have stairs going up it because I think that would be kind of cool. And then I can put glass in it. And we're going to make the branches out of glass. You like your dwarves crunchy? Well, all of these dwarves are nice and crispy and frozen. Hot Rod Ricky is apparently chucking out 5 YouTube memberships over on the YouTube side of things. I have no idea how those work, but apparently you need to claim them. If I'm being completely blunt with you guys, I have no idea how that stuff works on YouTube, but thank you for whatever that means. If you're watching on YouTube, I accept it, I guess. Well, thank you. Okay. And of course, if anybody wants to check in on their dwarf or whatever, just give me a holler. I will do my damnedest. Quick spam YouTube rewards. Yeah, I know nothing about how money on YouTube works, I'll be honest. I know how super chats work and how super thanks work. Memberships are a mystery to me. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I need to update you guys on in this fort. If there's anything you guys want to see in this fort in particular, shout. Aside from that, we're, also slowly digging too deep. So I'm going to be sealing off corners of this as we're going deeper. So this is the way this fort's going to work for the next little bit is I'm going to work on something for a couple ticks, and then it'll be seal off the underworld, and then rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat ad nauseum. And until, we get deeper than we are right now. Merry Crims, Happy New Year. For the people on YouTube. Have we seen the third cavern? You mean the first cavern? Because this is the third cavern. I haven't found the first cavern yet, is the one I haven't found yet. But no, I have not, in fact, found the first cavern layer. Although, admittedly, I haven't looked too hard. Could really use some likes on the YouTube side. YouTubers and people here on Twitch. We also stream on YouTube. Of course, I prefer you stay here on Twitch because Twitch pays the bills. However, the YouTube is kind of like a way to tell people that the Twitch stream exists, or the fact that we stream in the first place. If you go over to the YouTube stream and you click the like button, the more likes the YouTube stream gets, the more YouTube tells people to watch it. So, you know, it's more efficient than retweeting on Twitter. Also, I bought a game during the sale. I picked up MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, and I've started looking into mod packs. And I'm gonna get some streamer friends together in the new year, and we're gonna do some co-op robot stomp, which should be fun. Methinks. Did they fix the YouTube thing with shorts if you don't select the? I don't know. I've tried a couple times where I've done both of those, and I've seen absolutely no variation or difference in stats. So I have no idea about any of that stuff. I am a old MechWarrior fanboy. I played those old games and loved them. Like I am, my heart jumped like 3 sizes when I realized that there's somebody making a MechWarrior 2 like fan project in MechWarrior 5, and you know what? 100% in. So, oh yeah, no, it's 1000% a mod sandbox game. I'm well aware of what I'm getting into, but I played it quite a bit on Game Pass when it first came out, but never bought it. So I now own it because I also don't have Game Pass anymore. How do I know which cavern it is? Because of the flora and fauna. Different caverns have different types of, like, mushrooms in them consistently. I'm just checking what the populations of creatures are right now. Okay, so it's not even, like, cave critters. How are we doing on livestock? Did I just have, like, a wall of puppies explode? Also, I've got people to bury. I've got slabs that need digging. Nope, it's not that. Okay, let's jump down. If you're wondering why this map is lagging, it's because we're on a not a volcano. I've pumped the lava sea up to the surface on a glacier, and so there is open lava all over the place in a glacier. So it's the game's having a bit of a hard time, and off stream as well, I confirmed this. Turning off temperature does not improve the stability or the consistency of the frame rate whatsoever, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Also, that human, what? You have a ghost, but you don't pop up as recommended. Okay, well, dealing with that. Do I have other ghosts that are not showing up in there? Also, I think... You? That's not that one. There is a Forgotten Beast. There's several Forgotten Beasts that are running around, but none of them are, like, immediate threats, so not too worried. You watched your recent Path of Acra video and immediately bought the game. You're still figuring it out, but it's fun for you. Thank you. I'm glad that you like it. Yeah, that I think is actually my favorite game of the year. I've wanted to make, like, a My Games of the Year video, basically, because I don't know. That's, like, a thing that people do, right? Your favorite games of the year. And I'm pretty sure that my top 2 are Path of Acra number 1 and El Paso Elsewhere in number 2. I need to figure out like 3 and 4. I'm still contemplating it, but I'll have that up by New Year's. And also on New Year's, I'm going to do my annual recap of all of Dwarf Fortress news, which will be a little bit less exciting than previous years, but it'll be like an 8-minute, like, this is everything that happened. So we'll be doing that as well. You like my entrance here? They literally saved the fort because they removed snow contaminants. So when people were covered in the like Forgotten Beast murder soot, when they walked across that, over top of the floor heaters, it melted the snow off them, which also took the Forgotten Beast extract off them that was killing them. So it literally saved the fort. So they're not just wow, that looks aesthetically cool. Like, they saved the fort. Unfortunately, the podcast is on permanent hiatus, and I do not think it's coming back. For a variety of reasons, but the main one being scheduling and me not being willing to run the thing anymore. So I would like to do a podcast of my own variety again. I'm going to make my life easier here. I am... What's the word? I think what's more likely to happen, it would be me starting my own podcast again instead of the team one, because if I'm going to put 90% of the effort into making the podcast, at the very least, if it was just me, then I wouldn't need to feel like I'm forcing people to be on a podcast or making it feel like it's pulling teeth to get people to turn up for a recording session and then talk about how it wasn't a pleasant experience for them, which is kind of where it went by the end, and it sucks. Unfortunately, like, you know, I like making content that I enjoy watching, right? And the main issue with the podcast and Halcyon Frequency, at least from what I could tell, is that I'm the only person there that really likes podcasts and listens to a lot of podcasts. So running and being on podcasts comes pretty natural to me, because it's a medium that I enjoy actively and actively pursue to listen to. That's not the case for like anybody else on the team. So it's hard to get a group of other people to be consistent when it's not something that they particularly enjoy making. So yeah, we made the team decision to fold it, and I don't think it's ever coming back. At least not in the format that it was in. White Pony One, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Well, hello, Smitex. And thank you very much, White Pony. This isn't beer. This is blackberry fizzy water. I'm not drinking beer at 10:40 in the morning. Although I will admit, I was kind of tempted to, but I decided not to. You're doing the same? Yeah. Mostly because I'm out of coffee, and this stuff does kind of wake me up. Not in the same way coffee does, but it's a good beverage to just, you know, keep the brain going. Let's pump this little bit of water out of here. Wait, what's good for me? Linux? Uh-oh. I had a dwarf fall. I mean, you're not going to drown down here, but good for you guys. I love it when water, like, backwashes back down into an area, and then dwarves just, like, start falling in. It's something that will always amuse me. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here is we're just going to dig this out. Or rather, I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to dig this down. We're going to erase this. And then they're just going to dig down into there whenever a miner shows up. And then we'll mine this out, and it'll all drain out, and it'll be fine. Because there's definitely not going to be any evil demons there. Oh, beer's good for me. Okay, I thought you were saying that this is good for me, and I'm like, well, it's better than beer, was where my brain... I took that way too literally, I guess. Certainly took that way too literally. All right, well, dwarves are building all this stuff. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to make a stockpile. And this stockpile is going to be for green glass blocks. Wherever those are. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to put it there. I'm going to go up to here. We're going to put it in here. Just off of the edge, because that's what I'm building most of this construction out of. We do need to build that tree, though, and I'm sure those blocks are getting going. There it is. Green glass. And I'm also just going to say maximum of 1 bin. so we don't end up with too much in that stockpile, because I'm not sure how many bins I have lying around. Uh-oh. Well, at least you are honest about being a pikeman. Whenever I see pikemen walk by now, I immediately assume that they are that guy who always pretended to be a pikeman even though he's a bard. The very sus one. The very sus individual. Okay, let's see. Have they made that tombstone just yet? Yes, they did. Look at that. Did they make one for Good Charles? There you go. Sweet. Roven, happy holiday or Christmas. I do love podcasts, but it's hard to diversify what podcasts you listen to since that they take literal hours to watch and listen. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I have like 10 podcasts that I listen to. I love making podcasts. I think in my entire career doing this, I've had 2 separate hobby podcasts, 2 podcasts I took very seriously and actually like tried to promote. And I've never made a penny off of podcasts, and it's always been the heart. Like, it's easier to grow a brand new YouTube channel from zero, in my opinion, than it is to grow a podcast. The thing about podcasts is they are not a lot of effort to make, so it's a pretty low time commitment when it comes to creating content. It's just not a pleasant experience if everybody isn't 100% sold on the idea generally. So. Celistaris, hello. Spelling Christmas correctly is the actual problem here. If you're saying Merry Christmas, say Krems, or whatever. If you're actually saying Merry Christmas, come on. Where's your internet? Channel your inner internet or outer internet. I don't know. Oh, are we running into the water problem again? Oh, I know why they're trying to bring water. Do I? Yes, I do. I was like, I wonder why they're trying to bring water down here. Well, turns out I still had a pond zone left. They did get those dwarves out, sweet. You know, it's actually one of the most popular TikTok metas right now that I've seen that I think is hysterical is fake podcasts. It's just dude sets up a microphone, lady sets up a microphone, and then they have like a fake clip of a podcast. Also stealing content, yeah. But no, it's like literally people producing fake podcasts that don't exist. Or like taking 2 separate podcasts and making fake conversations out of those 2 podcasts. I think they are very funny. It's one of those very amusing to me. I'll put it that way. You have to type in numbers, Plutorino. My bot doesn't accept all as an amount. What's up, Whitson? Picked up DF recently, and I thought I'd never get into the game until I found your vids. Appreciate the time and effort it takes for you to take to name. Oh, I'm glad that you're enjoying the game. I didn't really do anything. I'm a freeloader here on the internet, throwing up tutorials and hoping people watch them. Happy internet panhandler over here. Why is ice lava safe? Because logic. That's why. because it is. I don't know. Don't ask me these kinds of questions. I don't have an answer for you, man. Because dwarves are good at engineering. That's why ice is lava safe. Next, you're gonna ask me, why is the world round? And I'll be like, because it's flat, you dumb. In Dwarf Fortress, anyways, my monitor is flat, so thus, by logic, the dwarves' world must be flat, right? Anyway. It's okay. In real life, my dwarves are powered by electricity, so. It's just like, you know, when you flip the light switch, chat, and the light comes on in your living room, or in your dining room, or in your car, or whatever. That light's powered by electricity, which means it's powered by the exact same stuff as the lights in the video games that you're playing. So are those real lights or are those lights imaginary? That's my question. I'm going to sell this frilly rotted fabric skirt because I don't want it. The world is curved. That's how you see the curve. You have to buy a curved monitor and look. Anyway. Sometimes, like, I manage to start a conversation with so few brain cells activated that I don't even realize what I'm saying until afterwards. All of this is a joke. No, that would be audio logic, not flat logic. Sheesh, Celestar. Beer is a measurement. Yeah, just like banana's a measurement. Can somebody make pints for scale? It's like a pint of beer in height and weight for scale, just like the bananas for scale website, but with beers. The humans wish to speak. They want to know why the elves are angry, and I gave them the obvious answer. Can I bring them windows? I only have one window. Well, I can sell them the window that I have. This wind do what your wind don't. By mushroom signals and tiny gnomes living inside them. Honestly, as long as those gnomes are constantly listening to Gnome, I'm absolutely down because I need more Kraken Wanker in my life. I appear to be out of buckets again. No, I don't want to build a snowman. I actually was in a lot of snow the other day, and I didn't build a snowman. Can I tell my dwarves to build a snowman? I could make a snowman-shaped object out of snow blocks, but the dwarves will not independently make snowmen, no. Back at you, Death Strider. Pints per pound? Sure, I'm sure you could also do liquid measurements, too. No. Raw ice, like walls, like unmined out ice walls will melt, yes. But if a dwarf mines a ice boulder and builds a wall out of it, then it's lava safe. This is the specificities, which is why we have like all of this obsidian melted here, is because, it's not lava safe. But no, we're building a tree, is what I'm going to build. And we're dedicating it to the elves that were once our friends and decided to attack us, so are now no longer our friends. We were friends with them. They attacked us. So yeah, I'm building a dwarf tree. It's going to be a suspended structure going up around this little stairwell with glass branches sticking out the edges. Yeah, I mean, that'd be neat. I don't think they would need to build... I wouldn't want the dwarven children building snowmen, because that would be very unrealistic. Dwarves wouldn't build snowmen, right? That would be a silly thing to suggest. Why in the world would a dwarf build a snowman? However, they might build a snow beard or a snow dwarf. Or, like, a snow goblin. Or a snow gremlin. Even. Or, like, a snow... a snow ball. There you go. A snow flesh ball. A snowball. Yeah, naturally. Mm-hmm. No, you can't. You used to be able to, but as of version 50, you can't. So version 47 previous, you could. You could also make snow blocks, but in this version, you can't for some reason. You can still build walls out of the boulders, but that's it. But anyway, I'm going to make iron buckets. I'm going to make, like, 40 of them. Because I'm seeing lots of liquid beverage handing outing cancellations again. Why they make it 400% volume? It's probably your own settings that made it 400% volume, but you can't hear me right now, likely. Hey chat, Elfos Art got jump scared by an ad. We should help out Elfos Art with those ads problems because holidays. Just saying. Masterwork wheel of cheese adorned with balls of snow. Yeah. They should make snow toys. That's what I think they should make. Speaking of dwarven babies. Hang in there, buddy. This bucket's full of ice. Snow forges? Yeah, no, they should actually make like snow workshops. Yeah, report if it's abnormally loud, report the ad. If they should actually like make snow workshops that would melt in the summer. Phineas, thank you very much for chucking a sub at Elfios Art. Oh, like a Gorlak? Snorlack? Snorlack. I like it. I do like it. That's good. It's like a boring Gorlak. It's a Snorlack. I'm going to knock this down and we're going to fill this up with glass. Seeing around here, we're also going to... So let's increase the priority on this so it get done in a reasonable amount of time. And there. So we're going to fill all this up with glass and then put these blocks back. Now you don't have to worry about ads for the next 30 days, Elfos. Elves wanted to put warheads on foreheads. Boom? That's just giving me like images of Serious Sam the guys. Devil Dawn is giving away 2 minecart certification mugs as a late holiday gift. If anybody would like to win a mug, you just have to pop into the Twitch chat and type an exclamation point enter in the next 90 seconds. Why are things getting auto-forbidden? Because if you forbid them while they're constructed, they stay forbidden when they're unconstructed, and I forbid everything on this layer a little while ago. Well, then you can give this one away as a gift to somebody if you win it. Sell stars. I'm just saying.
Hi, this stream is sponsored by Brilliant Shadow VPN.
Nice.
Where you can game abroad while staying in the shadows and learning at the same time. You want to be a real gamer? Then sign up now with the referral code DANKMEMES for 69% off your first annual subscription.
That's a pretty good deal. I almost wish that was real. Animal, thank you very much for the whatever that is. And thank you for the 71 months of subscription. You're very... I was thinking about you the other day. How you been, man? I hope your holidays are going well. Hope the weather's pleasant. Let me tell you, they're sent literally everywhere. The only place in the world that my merch store doesn't send to is active war zones and North Korea. So I guarantee you could get something shipped to you. And if it's gifted, then I pay for a portion of the shipping. Scripto and Goat Swarm are the winners, though. If you click on that link and click redeem, you'll have to link your Twitch account, I think. But you'll get your mug. Okay, let's get that going. Just realized I kind of don't need to do that on this side. It's fine, though. Actually, it's probably better if I do this on every level. Reminds you of Blizzard Men? I haven't had Blizzard Men in a while. I'll bet you Stone aka Seashore's Wall, if they're here, remembers the last time we had Blizzard Men. Speaking of Blizzard Men, get wrecked, Bobby Kotick. Bye, Sharona. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I'm not even gonna miss ya. I'm seeing all these like people like Day 9 and like people who've been around the industry for forever going, oh my god, I can actually play Blizzard games again. This Bobby Kotick is actually going away. He's like, soon. Like, what the heck? Although, on slightly sadder news, is anybody here familiar with the video game series Banner Saga? You know, honestly, I've been making this joke for a bit now, Gertha, but Bobby Kotick and John Riccatello are both unemployed. Sony needs a new CEO right now. I'm not saying I want either of them to become the new Sony CEO, but wouldn't it be really, 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 really funny if one of them became the new CEO of Sony? It would be awful. It would be the worst thing that could possibly happen, but it would be really funny. I would laugh way too hard. Anyway, so the Banner Saga games. So their publisher, Versus Evil, was purchased by TinyBuild a little while ago now. TinyBuild just laid off every single member of that publisher and canceled every deal with every single game that publisher had. So Versus Evil still exists in name, but in reality doesn't exist anymore. So they did that on, you can tell me if this is humane or not, the 22nd of December. So I don't think that that's a humane time of year to lay off an entire, publisher, but they did. So, it's funny because for years now, I've been saying that TinyBuild confuses me. And I mentioned this not really publicly, but in a lot of private streamer chat rooms. And the reason TinyBuild confuses me is they are this weird publisher that, from what I can tell, doesn't really release video games. They do. Games come out under their label. But they have seemingly infinite money. And if you go to PAX or Gamescom or any major games convention, they'll have bigger booths than Devolver Digital. They'll have these huge booths. And I feel like I've either never heard of any of their games or don't know anybody who likes them. And it's really weird to run into publishers like that. And from what I can tell, their only really successful franchises are a couple of early access games and Hello Neighbor. But I know for a fact Hello Neighbor is a critical failure on PC, but from what I can tell has always sold really well on consoles. So I always just kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt that, I guess that game just sells really well. It must just be a different audience. Probably sells fine on consoles. Turns out, no, it wasn't actually. And they're actually having a hard time right now, which is wild. Preston Forel, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It means a lot. Happy holidays. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Sounds like money laundering? I don't think it's money laundering. I think... Cancels drink plant. Is this in the prison? Oh, brew drink. Right, duh. I certainly don't need to keep those jobs running. I don't think it's money laundering. I think it's... businesses get used to running at a certain level of success. And then when that gets cut by a third, they don't know how to slow down. And if you are a publicly traded company, in some cases, you're not legally allowed to slow down. Also, I'm going to do a thing for my own sanity because it'll make things look nicer that doesn't actually improve or change the fort in the slightest. I'm going to remove all these floors and rebuild them so that there's no snow on it. That's a thing that I'm doing. And then we're going to go back to working on that tree. So yeah, I don't think it's money laundering. I don't think there's anything illegal happening. I'm pretty sure it's just businesses accelerate, they get really successful, and then they don't know how to operate when the numbers go down, right? I just had the best financial year of my life, right? Which was 2023. It was the best year for money for me of my entire life. I don't expect next year to be as good. So I'm already putting money away and saving and being intelligent with my money so that I can keep doing this at likely a lower sum of money than I made this year. But if you're publicly traded, you don't have the option to do that because you have to make more profits than you did the year before. you legally are obliged to do that. Big house, no. Although I will be completely honest with you. I am prepping my savings accounts, and if my math is correct based on the amount that I made this year, and if I can make my goal next year, I do have a goal for next year. I might be able to buy a condo in 5 years. But like big house, nah, I'm good. Hard pass on that. Unless I like marry a dentist or something, which won't happen. I'll tell you this, people like Tiny Build. Tiny Build is they're kind of like Devolver. People just like them, and they're not a company that's really done anything that's like immediately egregious up until what I would say this, right? That being said, there is a like weird thing with the Versus Evil situation. The last game that Versus Evil just published is a game called Stray Souls, which is largely an asset flip looking horror game that was horribly, terribly received, had most overwhelmingly, if not mostly, negative reviews, and cost a lot of money and had a rude developer on social media. So the last game that they published was bad and flopped and made them look bad. So while Versus Evil was very much a boutique-y, well-loved publisher at one point in time that had published some bad games in the past. They put out Afro Samurai 2, which was such a bad game that they actually delisted it from Steam 3 weeks later. This was like in 2016 or something. This was a long time ago. But like, they've had their stumbles. So the Versus Evil thing is weird. Oddly specific dentist? Sure. I mean, I was thinking, what's a career that consistently makes a lot of money? Dentist. It's like saying if I marry a doctor. I don't know. Maybe because I went to the dentist on Monday. Item blocking site. Anyway, we should finish trading. Let's trade with these humans. Need to wait for my trader to come up here. And if people do want dwarves, just let me know and we can get you named. You know, people look at me funny when I say this out loud, but there is a video from the YouTuber Smarter Every Day from a very long time ago. Oh, sweet, they brought me wood. Which is actually what I requested from them, where he interviews Obama. And it's a pretty good interview. Smarter Every Day he's a good dude. He's a PhD student YouTuber who basically just like vlogs about his experience of like going to school. I don't religiously watch him or anything, but I do pop in every now and again. Dwarves hating elves, that's not at all shocking. Dwarves don't hate elves, what? Also, you are a suspicious user. Why is that? Weird ban info. Oh, you're banned over at Wad Jess's stream. Well, I'm not going to ask too many questions, and instead, we'll just simply state bye. What's the word? I had a thing I was babbling about. Anyway, so in that interview, Smarter Every Day asks Obama a question that I genuinely think is fascinating. This was an interview in 2010. And he said, what is the biggest problem with the world right now? And he said, we're no longer capable of taking negative feedback. I don't think social media turns grown men into goblins or anything weird like that, like whatever you're saying. I think that's a very silly way of putting it. I think social media makes us very insusceptible to negative feedback. And I think negative feedback is very important. And it's like, that's how you improve as a person, is by reading or looking at or hearing and understanding and accepting negative feedback and improving based on said feedback. But I think people are really bad at that these days. You would like to become a dwarf? We can get you dwarfed. We can get you dwarfed. Just buying cheese. Very important for the holidays. So if I didn't bring a cheese platter, is it even the holidays?
Cheese for
Trading
everyone.
complete. Let's go find them migrants. Looks like we got 2 migrants. It's these 2. Zonalar. 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 She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She lacks confidence in her abilities, and she's a siege operator. We need more of those. And she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she is given to flights of fancy. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something. She dreams of raising a family, and she personally prefers noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. And she values romance, and she sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of raising a family. She doesn't have any family in the fortress, but she's a member of the most popular religion, which is about as close as you can get. This is the dwarf you get. Zonalar. This is what you get. You are the siege operator. You get the most recent migrant that we have that isn't named. You like shale gold and birchwood and goat leather, unicorn hoof and loon bone, pigtail fabric and the color spring green, and short swords and trousers, and pigs for their sense of smell. And you are going to be working as part of the siege operators. I think that's just like a subconscious thing that social media makes it very easy to do, is ignore negative feedback, right? Because social media is very, very, very good at reinforcing the way we already think. I don't think it's particularly good at bettering us as people necessarily. Rayleigh, thank you very much for the 13th month. And I say this as a guy on social media actively who has had a history of being bad at taking negative feedback at points in his life. So, I definitely don't speak with some experience on this subject. I just think that that's a really relatable interview quote from, regardless of what you thought of think of or thought of Obama as a president. I think everybody on both sides had their problems with him, but that's just politics. At the end of the day, he's a very smart guy who said some very smart things, and I think that is a very smart quote. That we are, as a society, getting worse at accepting negative feedback. Is Wildwin used to the pace of you in the Future of the Fort coverage? The difference is the Future of the Fort coverage, I don't have those memorized and have to read them and then reread them, and they're also written by different people. And some people are really bad at writing. And so they're really hard to read when you're trying to read someone's someone's blog post asking for feedback in broken English that was translated in Google Translate. It's not always the easiest to do. The fort in ASCII? I'll do a quick tour of the fort in ASCII. This is where we are besieging hell. This is the fun tube down in the caverns. This is the surface, where I have, all of our different rooms, the different windows, the guild halls, the tavern, the area where the dwarves are training, the upper floor of the tavern where the drinks are brewed. We have our library, we have the trading depot, we have the upper tower, the windmills that are spinning, the beginnings of our future tree. We have the lava pit over there, the lava moat, the lower levels of the bedrooms, and the magma forges, the magma reservoir, more kitchens and other spaces. We got the upper cavern layer where all of the livestock live, and all of the tombs are, and then, of course, the lower cavern layer. Surface looks so cool in ASCII. It's a neat fort. Yeah, this whole fort's turned out pretty good. Yeah, this has been a fun one to build. And we have a very stressed lead. Sorry, lead. As you build out a new fort area of your thousands of hours, is there game mechanics or parts of the game that you avoid because of its complexity, mechanics, and bad UI? I don't think there is bad UI in this game. I think there's UI that could be optimized, but I don't think that there's bad UI in this game anymore. I've played games with bad UI. The UI in this game is fine. And I don't think any version of this game has necessarily had bad UI. I think it's just had obtuse UI. Older versions of this game was just very utilitarian. So I don't actually agree with the takes that Dwarf Fortress has bad UI. There's nothing that I avoid because of the complexity of the mechanics, except for maybe I don't really bother dyeing clothing because there's no reason aside from clothing becomes slightly more valuable, and there's no visual difference on the dwarves, so I just kind of don't bother. I do sometimes if I have a supply of it, then I'll use it, but I don't really care. I'll generally just import paper rather than making it, but I've definitely made paper in forts before, so I wouldn't say I avoid it. I just don't do it most forts. Yeah, that's about it. I don't really make paper. Making paper is a bit annoying. I don't usually bother making syrup or flour, but I will sometimes. It's like, it would be wrong to say I avoid them because it's like every third fort I do those things instead of like every fort. Neezer, what's up? Did the deadly dust cat incident get sorted? It's had several resurgences, but it's mostly sorted currently, yeah. It is mostly sorted currently. Wow, they're not making those blocks. Do I not actually have... I guess I do not actually have a carpenter shop currently because they are not making wood objects. But I do, and a dwarf is doing it. Oh, because you're making goblin cap. I kind of didn't want you making goblin cap. Whoops. You're making the wrong block. I mean, you are making blocks. You're just not making the one I thought you were making. I wanted you to not use goblin cap. I wanted you to use tower cap. But that's okay. I can go down here and we can chop down more. Because the elves don't like me anymore, so it's a shame. Back at you, Defcon. Yeah, I mean, like, but even all of those, like, complicated industries, it's like, I've done them all a couple of times. Like, I've definitely had multiple forts based around libraries and, like, paper and all of those industries. So it's not like I avoid them because of their complexity. It's, I don't do them because I've done them before, and I don't think that they're particularly appealing. Actually, the one mechanic that I don't do because of its complexity is I don't automate jobs, which weirds some people out. Like at all. Like I barely automate any jobs whatsoever in Dwarf Fortress. But even then, it's not quite due to a complexity issue. It's like it's a completely optional thing that you don't have to do. That while it can make your fortress run more efficiently, it's not a source of efficiency that I value. So I just don't care. But I guess even that's like kind of not really due to complexities. So yeah, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer because I guess maybe no would be the answer. It's just like, yeah, no. No, I don't really avoid any mechanics due to bad. Like, maybe I'm weird thinking that Dwarf Fortress has never had bad UI, but I do genuinely think that Dwarf Fortress has never had bad UI. And everybody will be like, the military screen will be like, it was fine once you knew how to use it. So maybe I'm a gatekeeping asshole like that one guy called me once. Cavern Dwellers was it? Oh yeah, the fire bopper found it. Do I automate food and clothing? 10 seconds ago I said I don't automate any industries. I will sometimes automate the production of plant cloth, which I think I have automated right now. I may have deleted it. Yeah, I do have automated plant cloth. I currently have one automated job, which is automation of plant cloth. That's it. Because of the vulnerability. As long as you're not in, like, untamed wilds and not getting agitated birds, building on the surface is quite doable. But above ground forts can be super satisfying, I agree. And also, hello, Mice Nerd. Happy holidays. Uh-oh. I had a human scholar commit some crimes and then die. I've also got some plots that have started that I have no connectors for. Oh, gotta pay a little bit more attention to that, I think. Yeah, I mean, like, if we're talking evil biomes, of course it's gonna be hard to survive on the surface. Yes. Which is why I am I say that Dwarf Fortress didn't have bad UI with an asterisk, right, Airsick? Is because it was an awful UI to learn, but once you'd learned it, it was very quick and efficient. So I have some kind of mixed feelings on the old Dwarf Fortress UI. It's like, on one hand, I want to just agree with everybody flat. Yeah, it was bad UI. I don't think it was bad UI. It was UI that was designed for the creator of the game and not for people learning the game. So, because the guy who made the game was real good with that type of UI, if you learned it, it was like factually more efficient and faster than the UI that's in the game now. I think that the UI that's in the game now is better for a wider audience. And I don't miss the old one because it had its problems. But like, and when I say it had its problems, I mostly mean like my audience being able to watch me play it. That was kind of the issue, was like, people wouldn't watch it by default because they'd assume it was too complicated or something else equally silly to that. So it had its problems, but as a user who played the game with that UI, it was fine. It was like typing on a keyboard. You know how when you first learn how to use the keyboard, you go, why isn't it in alphabetical order? I'm 6. This is terrifying. Although I don't think any generation is going to have that feeling again because keyboards are so synonymous with basic intelligence these days. But, you know, at the very least, when I was first learning to type, it was this moment of, oh, wow, it's not alphabetical. What's going on? How do I learn this? Yeah, you made it 8 hours? That's impressive. Hopefully, what CPU do you have, Sednil, if I can ask? Because if you're running an 8-core, yeah, if it's one of the Ryzens, you should be really happy with that, actually. Yeah, well, which is why I say it wasn't necessarily a bad UI. It was just a very obtuse UI. There's a lot of very good obtuse UI out there. It's just not user accessible, which was the issue, which is why it was changed. You know, exactly what I'm saying. Hello, Gate Elemental. I guess it's almost afternoon here. It's 11:20. I mean, when I was banging away at Mavis Beacon teaches typing Celestaris, I was very upset about this. Also, hello, Kashmir. Your dwarf's still alive, or rather, your creature is still alive. And thanks for the holiday wishes. Entirely made out of water? I mean, it happens. It's funny when people ask me, is this common? Often enough that I've seen it. Is it common? It depends on the worlds you're generating and where you're settling. 7:20 p.m. Day's done over there. Hopefully you've had a solid day. If you played a lot of classic roguelikes, yes. The original versions of Dwarf Fortress was much easier to get into.
Island Kinham.
Island Kinham. She was close enough. Ilun Kinham? Close enough. Kashmir Goat, thank you very much for the $10. Herpy Hurlidays. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep this stream funded. $10 at a time. Forgot I had the game paused for a chunk of time there. What's up, Pulo Zion? A beautiful Christmas Eve. I played Mysterium. Mysterium? Mysterium. My brother-in-law bought me a copy of Mysterium, which in families where board games happen doesn't mean that he bought me a copy. It means that he wanted to play it, so he found somebody who would probably be okay with keeping a copy of it and gave it to me, and then we played around. It was fun. It was a good game. I think I've played it before. I'm like convinced I've played it before, but I didn't remember the rules at all. It's okay. I mean, I've done that for years. Like the number of times I've bought random people Jenga just so that there's Jenga at Christmas Eve is kind of a lot. Blue Owl, thanks for gifting out 5 tier 2 subscriptions. Appreciate you. That's how board games get bought? Yeah, because somebody wanted to play it. Exactly. It's 100% how that works. I am drinking sugar-free sparkling blackberry fizzy water. Western Family brand. It's $4 for a case of 12. Everybody thinks I'm drinking beer. It's literally fizzy water. I can tell you why this particular one was $4 for a case of 12. Why it was so cheap. If you think that's kind of pricey, I shouldn't tell you what an expensive thing is. The reason it was so cheap is because it kind of tastes horrible. Normally this one's about $6 for 12, but this one was $2 off. It kind of tastes bad. No, it's not expired, but it does taste bad. I guess it just wasn't selling. But I needed something to sip on, so. What, drinking sparkling water? I like sparkling water. You're drinking green tea? Gotcha. I really like the mouthfeel of sparkling water. Like, I just like carbonation, and I don't particularly like pop or sodies or whatever the fuck you kids call it. Coca-Cola. I don't really like sugary sweet pop, so I am a fan of fizzy water. And fizzy water with mild flavorings generally pretty okay. But this blackberry flavoring is not great. Am I a Pop Rocks fan? Not since I was a child. I couldn't tell you. I know I've had Pop Rocks before. I wouldn't describe myself as a fan of like any candy though. I think it's also partially because I'm diabetic, so like I don't eat sugar very often unless I'm literally about to die. So like I've made like a pound of fudge in the last 3 days and had a square that was about a centimeter by a centimeter by a centimeter of it. So, you know, part of life. You don't eat the things that kill you. I will never get a soda stream. And you want to know why I will never get a soda stream? Is I know the process and waste that comes from those home varieties of those things. Those tubes of CO2 that you buy are not really recyclable because of the way they're made. I will buy them from industrial places because at the very least it's a large machine filling up those cans. I do not have any interest in buying a SodaStream. I also don't buy these that often. I buy these maybe once every 6 months. I'll buy a thing of 12 and sip it for a bit because I have a craving and then I don't touch it. Aren't SodaStreams air pressurizers? Nope, you have to buy the air pressurizer tank for it. You also have to buy the flavorings and everything else for it. You have to buy that separately from them, and they are not really recyclable. They're made out of plastics that are food safe, but let's just say it costs too much to actually recycle. So they generally just go into the landfill. A lot of those, like, product startups I just kind of have no interest in because, like, on paper, they're really cool. You know, just like, you know, those coffee pods, right? Like, on paper, they're really cool. In practice, I don't really want to support that kind of business. And the only reason I know this is because I worked in fast food for a very long time and had to refill the tubes on similar machines. And the CO2 tubes on those things are not exactly recyclable. Sure. I mean, I'm not familiar with that, Zolinar, but I'd believe it. It's one of those things that I think people default to very quick. It's a very easy thing to default to is like, hey, you should get a this. I'm like, yeah, I get it. It makes sense why people would buy one. And it seems like a pretty decent product on the surface if you're not paying too much attention to what it is. But here's the thing. If you drink a lot of pop, they are absolutely a good financial alternative. Driven. Like if you drink a lot of soda or a lot of fizzy water, financially for the person purchasing it, yes, you will save money. I don't think it's a good product. But yes, you can save money with it. I am not like a fizzy drink like enthusiast. I will just occasionally drink some soda water. Well, at least dude's running around cleaning my caves for me. I'm not a fizz fanatic. There you go. Fizzy Phantasmo. I think so, Pulo. Let's check. Yep, you are in fact still alive. You are currently socializing with the military. You are a member of the Inky Paddles, which is a military squad that desperately needs to be renamed. You're still corpulent. You are shameless. And, yeah. Chillin' Crafts, Marksdorf. Tis the season of hot chalky? Nah. Beer. Beer, wine, and whiskey. Rum. Eggnog, if you will. You enjoyed a K-Cup brewer with refillable pots? Yeah, the refillable, like, I'm not going to talk about how I feel about the quality of coffee that those cup brewers make, because it's really bad coffee. But if you are not used to better coffee and don't know the alternative, or don't care and just want that, you know, that hit of your bean water, I will say, like, if you have the refillable K-Pods, like that's a pretty decent product. When they come up with refillable CO2 things for like other stuff, then we'll talk, but they haven't gotten there yet. All right, so I keep getting completely sidetracked from what I'm doing today. I took my meds today, but I feel like I didn't. It's been a long week. That and I, haven't streamed in a couple days, so I'm always babbly when I get back after a couple days, Makes decent coffee. Respectfully disagree, but you can say that it makes decent coffee if you feel that way. You need coffee to work, but you hate the taste of coffee. It's an acquired taste. That not everybody has a sociopathic tendencies that make you a natural lover of bitter flavors. I just happen to be, so it works for me. Guess we've got another weaponsmith in a strange mood. Grabbing pig iron bars. Look at the Winco bulk coffee. I'm not familiar with Winco bulk coffee, so I will simply smile and nod. Drink mead. The one meadery in Vancouver that I really like has been like temporarily closed for the last 6 months, which makes me worried I'm never gonna hear from them again. And that makes me sad. Because usually when little craft breweries around here become temporarily closed, they don't ever open again. Winco does sound like a Fallout brand. I'm sure it's a real brand, but you have a coffee allergy? That's a thing? Really? Wow. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Like, how bad of an allergy is it? I'm genuinely curious. I've never heard of or encountered anybody before that have a coffee allergy. Also, we discovered in my extended family that it's perfectly normal to think that blue cheese is weird and disgusting, which is what my brother-in-law thinks. But it's weird that I don't like ketchup. Like, my entire extended family has unanimously decided it's weird that I don't like ketchup, but it's perfectly fine and acceptable that my brother-in-law doesn't like blue cheese. I think they're discriminating against me. I think this is a team effort to make me feel bad, which it actually is. 100%. I just don't like putting sugar on my tomatoes. I like tomato paste. Tomato paste is fine. It's like crappy ketchup specifically. It's like bleh. Try mayonnaise with fries. I also don't particularly like mayo. I do like Chipotle mayo though. I do quite like, I don't like plain mayo. I mean, it's fine, I'll eat it, but it's not something, I would rather just have like salt and pepper on my fries. If I'm gonna use mayo as a dunking sauce though, I mix it with like Chipotle or barbecue or something else. I like it as like an additive to another sauce. I don't like it on its own though. I like it on a burger. Mayo's fine. What do I dip my fries in? Gravy? I'm Canadian. I say that almost as a joke, but not really. I don't generally order fries. Like, really? Like, fries are fine. If I'm going to get fries, it's usually like a Chipotle mayo or some sort of spicy mayo if I'm dunking it in something. Otherwise, I usually just like salt and pepper fries, or I will order like chili fries with chili on it, or I will order a poutine because I live in Canada, or I will order like, what are they called? Like truffle fries, where it has like very finely grated Parmesan, like herbs and spices, and then truffle oil. I really like that. That's upsetting. Have you like taken your wife in to make sure that she's like working functionally? Like, because that seems like a defect. You might want to check your warranty on that one. My dad used to put ketchup on pasta when we were broke, and it I would like be very sad when I was little. I would eat it, but I was very sad when he made me eat that. Making you hungry listening to this food talk? I mean, I could talk more about fudge if you like. It's the holidays. You're supposed to have food on hand. Just because Japan does everything wrong doesn't mean the rest of us need to accept it. Smells gross. Yeah. You know, it's funny because like I can absolutely like tolerate being around ketchup as an adult. When I was a little kid, I didn't like being in the same room with it. I still don't like it, but I accept it. Like, I worked in McDonald's for 8 years. I can be in the same room with ketchup and, like, exist and be okay. Like, I'm a big kid, but I still don't like it. God is taught. Thank you very much for the 12 months. Appreciate you. Just like I don't like the smell of, like, some fabric softeners, but, like, you know, I'll live. You grew up in Victoria? Here, I'm going to throw some deep Vancouver area lore to you. I grew up in Wannock. If you know what a Wannock is, then A+. Also, John's Place's best restaurant in Victoria. Seconded by Spoons. Spoons Diner. A+. I go out there for metal shows every other year. My grandmother, for years, lived in Parksville. And my older sister lives in Qualicum. Also, fucking ran into Linus Tech Tips once when they were filming Scrapyard Wars on SkyTrain. My dad used to work in the same office complex as their old office. And when Luke and Linus and all of them were still in the initial house that they were in before they moved to the bigger offices, there was one video where they showed the side of the house and the front lawn, and me and a friend spent an hour on Google Maps and found the house. And it was like 20 minutes away from where we were at the time in Richmond. Canadians know each other, yes. Well, no, I'm just naming a bunch of small towns. I was not on Scrapyard Wars. I was on the train while they were filming Scrapyard Wars. It was the one where they weren't allowed to eat during each day. If you ever watched it. There's a bit where Linus is just like sitting on the train and like bitching and moaning. I talked to them about 20 seconds before they started that shot. Because they weren't recording at the time and they were just sitting there and they all looked mad. And I walked up and was like, hey, Linus Tech Tips, big fan. They're like, oh, we're filming a thing. Like, just, hi, it's good to meet you. And they were polite. And then I went and sat back down and then they went back to filming. Because I didn't really want to be on it. And also, they weren't really offering. Yeah, no. I just ran into them while they were filming it. I also, I'm pretty sure I bought computer parts from the NCIX that he worked at before he started Linus Tech Tips, because the one that he worked at was the one where I bought, not that computer because it's not there anymore. The computer that's now under my bed, my old streaming rig, I bought most of the parts from that NCIX before Linus Tech Tips started. Anyway, Phycod, the weaponsmith, has created Earthimishos Igestakath, sure, a pig iron mace, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Also, for full clarity's sake, I haven't really actively watched Linus Tech Tips in about 5 years. They got a bit too weird and big and corporate for me. It was around the time they started having like conventions. I was like, all right, I'm out. You guys lost me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think I've ever listened to a full episode of The WAN Show, fun fact. No, not really. It's like a slightly denser iron. This is a pig iron mace. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pig iron and llama wool and gabbro and menaces with spikes of gabbro. On the item is an image of Lord Ubda, the dwarf, and jumping spiders in elephant bone. Lord Ubda is surrounded by the jumping spiders. Ubda looks terrified. On the item is an image of a bayberry tree in yellow zircon. So my Duke hates jumping spiders, eh? And this dwarf is like mocking the fact that my Duke hates jumping spiders. You know, I support this dwarf. I too would mock that dwarf for not liking that. What's the name of that artifact? It was, sorry, with the URR. This one. It's wherever your head, to be honest. What do you think is the most complicated game you've ever learned to play, Crispy Funk? Just out of curiosity, what do you think is the most complicated video game you've ever learned? Or board game, for that matter. Trying to give you like a comparison. Tetris? I mean, okay. Like, counterpoint. While I would agree, and I love Tetris. Tetris is my favorite game ever made. What is the hardest learning curve, knowledge-wise, game you've ever learned? Not physical reaction time. As an example, I would say Quake is almost more of a physical reaction game than knowledge game. You could know all of the rules. Okay, now you're just saying games to like keep this conversation going. DCS? Okay, well, in order to play DCS, you need to like understand how planes work to a degree. Aurora 4X is something. Aurora 4X is weird because, again, it's another Dwarf Fortress situation where it's actually not that complicated. It's a relatively straightforward 4X game. The thing is there's so many fiddly little dials underneath it that you could fiddle with that if you ignore most of that stuff, it's fine. But so if you're playing DCS, DCS is it's a sim. You need to understand how jets work. Dwarf Fortress is a matter of understanding a little bit of obtuse UI and understanding what the possibilities are within the game's simulation, which is not that bad to wrap your head around. This is a harder game to watch if you've never played than it is to play. So if you've ever played a city builder, a colony builder, or any larger scale strategy games, you kind of know what you're getting into. Like again, I would argue Kerbal Space Program is a knowledge game. Like you need a lot of knowledge to be good at Kerbal Space Program, whereas like, you know, an example of both a knowledge and a skill game would be like Tarkov. You need to understand how the game works and what the game is asking of you, but also have the skill to be able to do it and execute those motions. Same with like iRacing, right? Like that would be a knowledge and a skill game. Or any racing sim for that matter, or any flight sim. Whereas a game like this is more of a knowledge game because you can pause and do all of your actions, right? Like there's no physical skill requirement for a game like this. So it's about reading and understanding instructions. And if you can do that or follow guides or follow wikis, the learning curve for this game isn't that bad. Like it's really not. Especially with this version of the game. And it's on sale right now. And no, I'm not going to give you a link to buy it because I don't actually have one. Technically, I guess you could buy it through my Humble link, but I don't really promote my Humble because they pay me like every other year, and frankly, I'm just lazy. Arkham Horror. Yeah, that's a game. Magic the Gathering, I would describe as a pretty hard game. It's hard to part with all of your money so that you actually have cards to play with. Okay, so this is a problem. Well, not really a problem, but I just need to make sure I don't dig through that. Unless you play Arena or something. I'll be honest with you, I know a small enough amount about Magic the Gathering that I wouldn't even be able to discern what that really means. I just think deck building is hard. This is what I need to pump out. So I need to get through here and I need to get down to here. So we'll dig off this way and we'll pump this lava out. That's what we'll do. You know, when I was a little kid, Zonalar, I used to play 40K all the time. You know how we did it? We got a copy of the rules off of the Swedish Public Library. And then we built approximations. Dota 2 is a very hard game, yeah. That's a knowledge and a skill game. Same with like fighting games, knowledge and skill games. So anyway, sealed that off. And I've released a demon. Oh, great. We'll deal with that in a second. But where was I going with this? I used to play a lot of 40K, but the way I played it was I then built approximations with my friends of the pieces out of Lego. And then we proceeded to play 40K, but with Lego pieces. So this is a Dead Warrior Lasher, which is a skink in humanoid form composed of ash. It hellos and cheers without pause, and it was created by the dwarven goddess Akmish, Grips Autumn. And it is part with death, fortresses, and war, and this is Catan sitting right here. Take every single one of my squads and tell them to go stand here. It's going to take them a little bit to get here. Some of them might already be down here, though. We're going to follow Catan, who's immediately in combat with the creature. The creature is running after Catan, and Catan is going, ah, the battle rages, I must press on. Meanwhile, over here, Aiden hasn't noticed yet and is satisfied after finishing up some work, but Catan is running away in fear. And the creature runs underneath, and then Aiden up here says, in the midst of conflict, I feel no terror. This creature, however, because it is an angel and not a demon, it is wearing these frilly rotted clothing. So it's wearing frilly rotted clothing, which my dwarves can't wear. The dwarf gets into combat with the creature, and the lasher strikes the miner effortlessly, but it was deflected by a pick. Would you look at that? So this miner actually deflected this creature's first hit. The creature then continues to chase, and the dwarf goes, the battle rages, I must press on, or whatever. And meanwhile, Aiden up top is up above and saying the same thing. Gets struck at, but also blocks it. This creature has now missed 2 hits against my dwarves, which is impressive. And then comes around the corner, and then suddenly, let's see, strikes several times, and they're all effortlessly blocked. The weaponsmith strikes the dead warrior in the lower leg with his iron pick, but it was deflected by the lasher's large, blocky, glowing metal boot. Then proceeds to lose hold of his gauntlet and his glove and his whip. He dropped his glowing metal whip. Then the weaponsmith strikes the dead warrior lasher in the right upper arm with his iron pick, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Banished is one of the original city builders. These days, it's mostly a mod sandbox and not very good on its own because other games have simply done the format better, if you're talking about Banished. The dead warrior then strikes the weaponsmith in the lower arm with her curved glowing metal shield, bruising the muscle, and the force pulls the left elbow. So this creature has lost an arm and I assume has dropped their pick. Or not their pick, their whip, which they have. This dwarf is enraged at all enemies and very much in pain and bleeding now. So if I scroll back up to the top of this combat log, he did get some hits in. He absolutely did. He improved his mining, tried to hit again, but jumped away. Hit him again, but was deflected. Took some hits, managed to get a couple shots blocked. The weaponsmith struck him in the lasher in the stinger with an iron pick, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So the creature then climbs back down here, is quite injured. I mean, has lost a stinger and his arm, so that dwarf did some pretty good damage, but seems like the creature will get his final angers out against Aiden here because Aiden is unconscious and bleeding while the dead warrior is still healthy. However, I think Aiden, in a stroke of great luck, struck the warrior lasher in the lower arm with an iron pick. The attack was deflected. Lasher struck the dwarf in the knee with their shield repeatedly, but because their shield is made out of glowing metal, it's like adamantine where it's very light, so it's not as effective. It's not as effective as a blunt weapon. Then proceeds to strike the dead warrior in the upper body with an iron pick, breaking away the tissue. And Aiden says, I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. And happy holidays to the YouTube folks. Then I took a shield to the face, and now I don't have a face. You know, honestly, I very much respect the developer of Banished. Dude put out a game, like, over a decade ago now, which single-handedly sold well enough that everybody decided, hey, we should make city builders again. And then all he did for the next, like, 4 years was make the mod support better and then take a couple years off. I respect the guy. That's what I would do. Did I ever mess with Shadow Empire? Didn't even remotely appeal to me, so no. Nothing about that game really appealed to me. It's like, oh, super obtuse 4X, I'm good. Hard pass. I don't particularly enjoy streaming 4Xs, even popular ones. But yeah, shoutouts to Aiden here. Managed to kill the creature. Now the important question is this dwarf going to survive? They're not faint, they're just in pain and stunned and seriously injured and winded. But not actively dying, is thirsty. This is all just Ichor, right? Yeah, it's all just Ichor. Ash, rather. The creature blew to pieces. Will probably survive. Certainly seems like it, yeah. Getting whisked off to hospital. Good luck, Aiden. So, Aiden, what should we nickname that dwarf? Or maybe Angelic Ash. He killed an Angel's Ash. Steve-O? Steve Vai. Played the Hydra. You know what I'm saying? Alright, well, there's the Divine Forgotten Retribution. All these squads to go get back to their days. I can start building a pump, which is going to go right here. We are not building it. I should really update that goal. Lava cannon ain't happening. Is the short version. Yep, played about 40 hours of that game. It was pretty good. It was all in all. Or I did, rather. This is Sunbirths, yeah. What? Very confused as to where that lava came from. Must have come from up here. That's weird. I was just kind of surprised that suddenly there was lava there. All right, well, we'll let you do your thing. But yeah, this is still Sunburst. Still the same fort. Still the same fort. And let's check something. 37 ballista arrowheads. All right. Why do I have so many forbidden iron bolts? What? The blow darts makes sense. All right. Well, we'll just let those sit. So we're going to assemble steel ballista arrows. And I'm going to assemble 5. And whenever there's more than 10 logs and more than 10 steel ballista arrows, do 5, and we'll check that monthly. We'll just slowly get that rolling. Got a couple iron bolts, yeah. A couple steel bolts, too. Actually, the smaller number is iron. The bigger number is steel. I don't think we have that much iron. I straight up haven't been making that many. Just quietly start making steel at these two. Just on repeat. Maybe 4. Until it cancels out. So I'm not sure how much pig iron I have, but I'm sure it's plenty. We're also making plenty of this stuff right here. And also steel. Yeah, that's steel bolts, the bigger number, not iron. I've got 172 steel bars, so let's do just 100 and 50. Steel, arrow. Ballista arrowhead. Make 50. It's weird that those don't have sprites. Yeah, Delta V Rings of Saturn is a painfully difficult game to search for, isn't it? The vampires didn't kill blind? No, but my pharmacist tried to. The funny thing is I'm kind of not joking with that statement. Yeah, is no longer my pharmacist. As well, technically the pharmacy I've applied to move to is closed today, so they'll probably get my application tomorrow, but I've transferred pharmacies already. Okay, so let's go up here. But who was saying that vampires killed me? Excuse me? No, I said my pharmacist tried to kill me. I never said I'm a pharmacist. I swear people on YouTube are hard of hearing. That or they're just not paying attention, which is much more likely. But did I hear him say that he's a pharmacist? No, you did not hear me say that I'm a pharmacist. Hi, hard of hearing. I'm blind.
Thanks to @Kimura_Sama for my sub gift.
Thanks for sticking around to keep clicking the button to say that they gave you a sub gift. I also haven't seen them in a bit. How you doing, Briox? It's planned for the green room. It's where the actors are going to show up to put on a performance. It's going to be great. The funny part about that is that's not actually a joke. That is actually what's going to happen, sort of. Apply to another pharmacy? I think a lot of people aren't used to, like, having to go to a pharmacy, like, once or twice a week. Or maybe once or twice a month for their entire lives, period, just for existing. So, yeah. I guess maybe the term of apply to a new pharmacy is alien to some people. Because some of us, like, have permanent, like, prescriptions that we have to get filled, and if we don't get them filled, we actually die? I mean, it would take a bit, but I could maybe be alive for, I don't know, maybe a year? Depends on how much body fat I have. Maybe half that. Yeah, I had my pharmacist, one of the pharmacists at the pharmacy that I was going to for quite some time decided to not give me insulin for reasons. And every person I've talked to about that interaction is literally like, well, the only legal reason to not give somebody insulin is because you feel like being a dick because it's an over-the-counter medication. It's expensive, but, like, you can just go buy it if you don't have coverage here. And if you are a citizen and have provincial health care, which most people do, it's free. So he literally was just refusing to give it to me because he was being an ass. So now I go to a new pharmacy, so yay. Fuck that guy. You just wish you were dead? Having trialed antidepressants? Word. Word. I already cleared all this. We're going to ask them for wood again, because acquiring wood, believe it or not, is difficult when you're on a glacier. And I didn't click the right button. They want powder. Well, that's fine. I'm not giving them powder. It's kind of hard to see. That should be fine. Back at you, Tight 90. Oh, they gave me the reason I'm not elaborating, Satarab, is because I told the entire story at the very beginning of the stream and kind of don't feel like rehashing it a second time. If you want to hear the whole story, go back to the beginning of the VOD. That's the actual reason I'm not really elaborating, is because I just kind of don't feel like it. But TLDR, their app screwed up. Guy didn't really like me. That's the only logical conclusion I can come to. And when I tried to fill my prescription over the phone, and he'd given me a hard time for doing it over the phone previously, insisting that I should use their app and not call him, because I guess he just doesn't like his job. When I finally did try to do it through the app instead of going over their phone, it exposed the fact that apparently the pharmacy had been incorrectly filling my prescription for the past year, so it expired, so I had an expired prescription, which was their fault, not mine. And he just, like, instead of doing what any normal human pharmacist would do, which is look and see that it's a expired prescription and then re-signing it in their name, he just said no, which he's well within his rights to do, but makes him an asshole. Any pharmacist can refuse to fill any prescription for any reason. Like, if you walk into the pharmacy and tell them to fuck off, they can, like, refuse you service, basically. Which I didn't. It was just he just decided to not fill it. And there's nothing I can... This is a bit big. I think I'm going to lower this down in size quite a bit. There we go. That's a bit more reasonable. Basically, guy just wanted to, I don't know, give me a hard time, I guess. And I ended up sorting the whole thing up by literally calling the same pharmacy the next day after giving this guy all of my lab work and finally getting him to fax my doctor to try and get his prescription through again. And then I literally called them the next day, got a different employee, and he filled my prescription. So I have everything that I need. So I'm good for a month and a half. And then that evening, I filed the paperwork to transfer to a different pharmacy. That's the TLDR version. It was a crappy app, and then somebody who refused to admit that it was the app's fault and wanted it to be my fault real bad. Because, I'll be honest, I've gotten pretty good at figuring out that, oh, this one pharmacist just really doesn't like me. Because admittedly, I've filled a lot of weird prescriptions in the last 3 months, but that's because my psychiatrist keeps prescribing them. To the point where I doubled a dose of one of my meds, and I had the prescription in my hand. It had been faxed to them already. I had the physical one, and it had been faxed to them by my doctor. And when I showed up, initially he refused to fill it because he said that it was suspicious that I was filling a new prescription. I'm like, well, I was told to come here today and fill it. I don't actually need it right now. I just need you to put this on my account so that I can fill it in 2 weeks when I run out of my pills. Anyway. Regardless, the other guy took like a full report of the guys, so whenever he comes back from his brief Christmas break, he's going to have a call from management, I suppose. That or they'll completely ignore it, you know. It's one of two ways the corporate stuff can go. Get a complaint about somebody in charge, report them, and get them in trouble. Or alternatively, ignore it because he's the only guy we got. It highly depends on the situation there. Don't invade my personal space, Bastet. You know, I think that there's people in every industry that hate their jobs, and there's people in every industry that like their jobs. You know, like I told this story to my sister yesterday who works at a pharmacy, and her and her husband who both work at a privately owned pharmacy, their like conclusion on it was, yeah, he was just being a dick. Goat Swarm, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for an 11th month. It is, in fact, almost a year. Good to have you back, dude. Okay, so now I need to go to this stockpile and make sure that siege ammo isn't on this. Okay, there it is. Under furniture. So I need to make a siege ammo stockpile, which is gonna go all the way down here. And take a while for them to pull it up, but it's gonna go down here. Turns out working in a pharmacy, if you're a pharmacist, is a pretty high-paying job. And I think some people just go for high-paying jobs and then slowly over time start to hate their jobs. And that is fair. That's a human response. You know, plenty of people hate their jobs. I think it's just kind of dangerous when certain people hate their jobs. And I'm also going to make ballista parts. We're going to make 12. No, I completely believe that it's an easy job. Or not an easy job, rather. I just bully you? Yeah, I'm like the most passive pharmacy, like, customer ever. I call in, I ask to fill a thing, I show up, and I leave. And I've never had an issue with anybody at that pharmacy before, aside from once where my coverage on one thing lapsed and it rang up full price and I went, oop. Hold on to that for now. I'll be back tomorrow and see if I can sort this. And I did, and it was fine. I got it the next day. So... I must pay close attention. We won't be completing it today because I do have holiday things I need to do today, but yes, we are moving towards the thing. I worked in customer service for a really long time, and I think, like, if you've worked in customer service, you pretty quickly start to realize that the world can just kind of suck sometimes, and there isn't too much you can do about it. If that makes any sense. No, we'll likely be actually doing the thing tomorrow. Athoric. I only need the one. And if that, damn it, means you can't tune in tomorrow, I'm sorry. Even when you're hella angry? Yeah. No, this was the only time that I ever got heated in a pharmacy. And that was purely just because some dude was refusing to fill insulin. Which is like, you don't do that. of all the meds you refuse to fill, that insulin isn't one of them. How's your dwarf integrating into Sunbirths? Sure, fine. They're probably partying somewhere or building something. Currently reading books. You're learning a lot. Anybody that sticks to something a moment longer than they have to is an idiot. Well, that's a take. Well, when he started making excuses, he said a line that stuck with me. He goes, "I don't know. You could be misusing your doses or trying to get extra doses or selling it." And I literally looked at him and I'm like, "Mate, this is Canada. It's free. I would understand if it was my ADHD meds, because that's actually a controlled substance, but I would like to just ask a pharmacist at some point, how do you misuse insulin? I don't have a car. How would I get to the States? I guess I could take a bus, but also he can literally look at my history in their file and see when I last got it, which was clearly on the 17th of November. Insulin smuggling ring to Seattle. People in Seattle can afford insulin. Don't be silly. Maybe like one of the poorer states, but there's some things you shouldn't joke about, and I'd prefer you guys didn't joke about this particular thing. Because while it might be hysterical sounding to some of you, it's very not funny to me. It's a bold statement. It's a bullshit statement. Wasn't even bold. Just bullshit. Thank you, Blazens. Makes sense. I assure you I'm not one of those people. I've had trouble keeping weight on my whole life. Anyway, just all I have to say is fuck that one. Stupid, stupid, stupid pharmacist. I hope he has an excellent holiday and then stubs his toe on something sharp. Not like bad enough to like actually hurt himself, but I hope he stubs his toe. Like really bad. Or like drops something heavy on his foot. Fax machines? Very outdated. You know what's a joke about fax machines is that people think that they're secure. Like, why do people seem to think that fax machines are more secure than other things? Like, I keep having people try to explain to me that fax machines are more secure than email. It's like, but they're not. What? Yeah, may he close his pinky finger in the car door on the way home. It's a fate worse than death. It's completely unencrypted. Yup. Why do people seem to think that fax machines are secure? Anyway, that's my fax. You're welcome. Maybe because it's a physical object? I suppose. I don't know. But, like, it's about as encrypted as, like, a public phone line. By that, I mean not at all. But, like, there's a lot of business things where it's like, oh, yeah, no, you have to use a fax machine because it's more secure. No, it's not. Hey, we've got some ballista arrows coming down. It's data file is sent over. Yeah, but it prints out. It's an automatic printer. It prints out a physical object. I've got a track vehicle job that's breaking. I don't know where they're trying to put that minecart. Oh, is it in the wheelbarrow, or is it because there's a wheelbarrow on top of it? Well, anyway, I cancel it. I forbid the minecart, so it'll sit there wherever it's trying to get to. I don't actually know. Okay, I can just get rid of this minecart. Oh. It was a defunct route that I deconstructed and forgot to delete the route for. Is what was causing those cancels. All right, so we've got this glass here. Or they won't think that people would be too stupid to use it. No, it's not that they're hard to hack. Like, getting into a phone system is not hard. They are not secure. That is just it's a false fact. I think it's just like business habit. That's a term I can use. Businesses are just in the habit of using fax machines. They don't need fuel, so they're 100% more efficient than non-lava forges. So yeah, they're worth it. At this point, my goals for this fortress are to dig too deeply and end it dramatically. But it's going to take me a day or two to get it done. I'll be able to make some progress today, but we won't be finishing it today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. And if not tomorrow, then the day after, and we'll be starting a new fort, hopefully by the end of the week. From the surface to your fortress, but you didn't get it to work? What, in this particular fort? So yippee, they sound adorable. Happy palms are great. Unhappy palms are unhappy palms. I pitched yapping. Sounds like they need to be trained a little better. Or they're terrified of being stepped on. And honestly, I don't blame them. People are clumsy and don't look where they're walking. Or they're just poorly trained. So go get a cookie, Balls. I can't help you with that. Am I doing YouTube and Twitch full time? I've been doing YouTube and Twitch full time since 2016. Is this Santa's toy shop? No, Santa doesn't exist. This is a Dwarven Fortress called Sunbirths. It's like, I see blood of Id's blood, and then Id was found dead. All the way out here. What? I'll be honest, I am not sure what just happened. Ah. You're covered in the Forgotten Beast extract. Anybody else bleeding? Or was it just the one dwarf that just got yoinked out of existence? Well. Fingers crossed. Blood can't land on snow? What do you mean? I mean, it mixes with the snow. It's not visible, but that's not the concern, though. Well, it's a festive monument, and our elves, who we were friends with for a very long time, decided to invade me this past season, so I am making a monument to our once friendship. And also, it's the holidays, so I'm building a tree. That's why I'm building a tree. Snow does not become red, no, if that's the question. Any idea why the elves attacked? I assume I chopped too many trees down one year. Would be my assumption. That or my mountain homes started a war with them. Or rather, one of the other fortresses invaded them, either intentionally or accidentally. That's hard to say, really, without looking at legends. Be respectful of our once friends. Just because they decided to attack us doesn't mean all elves are a problem, right? We still have elves in the fortress that are still our friends. In fact, those elves were great. They brought us many grand creatures. In fact, large portions of our fortress defense was provided by them. It's a shame. Really. Yeah, I had a limit of like 7 trees a year. I think I chopped down 10 one year. Forgot to unpause the game. Dwarves are here to trade. Kind of just want to make them green glass windows. Actually going to increase that number. Yeah, exactly. I mean, considering there's still other elven factions we're friends with. There's another elven faction my faction is at peace with that I've never traded with just because they've never showed up here. But there are other elven factions we're friends with. Most of them, I would think, still like this fortress, and I think that any visiting elves would realize that it is a sign of friendship. You know, we're extending our dwarven hospitality in a form that they would aesthetically recognize as not directly hostile to them. But, you know, if they want to attack me, I'll beat the crap out of them. I mean, it's not really a fair fight anyway. We know this. They do care about mushrooms. Although Tarn has been debating for a while as to whether or not they should. I think they should care about mushrooms for one headcanon reason. Mushrooms are very important to the forests, in real forests, and it just kind of makes logical sense that, you know, mushrooms are kind of like tree internet, which is a very reductionist thing to say, but they're kind of like tree internet. So imagine someone showed up and chopped down your internet. You'd be mad. I could understand why the trees would be mad. There isn't really anything I can decorate it with. I could put statues on it. That's about it, though. I mean, I'm building a tree partially out of wood and glass, Martin. Isn't that kind of a wooden shrine? So I don't know why you're saying I'm not doing that, because that's literally the thing that I'm doing right now. Also, hi, Martin. How are you? Happy holidays. Days of something mess. Holiday blah, 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 as they say. I think that's what people say anyway. So chat room, if you celebrate the consumerism holiday that is happening right now, what have you done so far? Has anything particularly noteworthy happened? Did you get anything cool yet? Did you give anybody anything cool? Did you blow some child's mind with like a Lego kit or something? I just gave everybody in my family like baked goods last night. That's all I've done. Everybody got massive jar of homemade sauerkraut, and I think everybody was happy with that. Two days in a row. Damn, that's pretty good. We can name some dwarfs if anybody would like a dwarf, because dwarf survivings is a big stuffed bluey. Oh, that's adorable. I know vaguely what bluey is. Is that a tower? I've built multiple towers, yes. Thorgy. Thorgy. It's like a corgi, but more Thor. So it's like Thunder Corgi. Elfie Bean, that's your doodle for the day. Thunder, like Thor, but a corgi. Anyway. He cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor modesties in appearance. He is completely convinced of his own worthlessness and prone to strong feelings of jealousy. He's always friendly and he tries to say nice things. Somebody DM'd me 11 times. What is going? Oh, it's my friend. My friend just sends me a picture of this and says, I'm ready for winter camping. This is a down balaclava that he bought on Amazon. Anyways, winter camping should be... I might be going winter camping, snow camping over New Year's Eve, so we'll see. He has a somewhat noticeable lack of perseverance. He is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and has a calm demeanor. He likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this, as he values quiet, so at least in the abstract. He is... At least in the abstract. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he is curious and eager to learn, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He whispers when he's thinking hard about something and blows out his breath when he's annoyed. And he dreams of mastering a skill and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and values sacrifice. Has no unmet needs. Wow. Brand new. You must be new here. No unmet needs. Well, let's get you training with the big knives. The new squad. They're the big knives. It's the best name I could come up with, okay? Made Rossetti and watch Die Hard. That sounds lovely. Son of Boat murdered. Son of Kogan's son. He exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum as if life itself depended on it. He's very humble, and he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. And when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally sees the whole pursuit of skill, a whole pursuit of art as silly, and values self-control. And has no family and worships Top Mom. All right, well, I guess that's everybody from that particular migrant wave. And we are going to keep working on this. That's actually in the wrong place. Yeah, that's in the wrong place. The walls go right here. The ramps go out the outside. My holidays? I'll be honest. I don't like Christmas. Don't like this particular holiday. It's not my favorite holiday. I tolerate this holiday more than I like it. It's not bad. It's not a holiday that I refuse to celebrate or anything. It's just not my favorite. I mean, if I were to call it a favorite holiday, it's definitely Halloween. Halloween's my favorite. Easy, no questions asked. And the reason I like Halloween, and we talked about this on stream a couple times, is I don't feel obliged to participate in Halloween. It's like it's an optional holiday, and I like holidays that way. I don't particularly like consumerism-heavy holidays where if you don't participate, you get looked at like a weird person because the people who do celebrate it get really weird about people who don't. That's something I don't like. And I feel like the whole holiday has been over-marketed to death. So I do have some annoyances with the holiday, but it's not the worst. Certainly not my favorite. I prefer Thanksgiving as well, which is, you know, a Canada and US thing. But at least with for me, Thanksgiving is like, it's Christmas, but without the bullshit. And what I mean by that is it's just an excuse to get together with family and eat food. And it's like, yeah, I like an excuse to get together with family and eat good food, or friends, or, you know, whatever works. And that's all it really is. So it's like a holiday without the obligation of having to get people gifts. That sounds fantastic, Thorgy. Although I do admit I am very entertained and amused by all of the local corgis that have a personal vendetta / death wish, or wish to murder and or destroy every single inflatable Santa. I've encountered a couple of them now, like corgis that are just, or not corgis, chihuahuas and small dogs like corgis that just sit there and scream. Like there's one corgi in this building that has an absolute war against the one inflatable Santa in this building. There's multiple chihuahuas in this building that also hate the inflatable Santa, and I love it because like they come around the certain corner like right by my apartment and then just bark, 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 like want to kill this Santa. And you know what? This is the one time I agree with the chihuahuas. I also want to pop that Santa. I mean, I have plenty of whiskey in my closet. Uh-oh. So I'm having random dwarves drop dead. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, this is actually really bad. Are you bleeding right now? No, but the Musketeer is. Musketeer dead. Okay, you are covered in Forgotten Beast gunk. Okay. You are actively bleeding. Are you bleeding Forgotten Beast gunk everywhere or just blood? Just blood? Okay, we are not dead yet. I repeat, we are not dead yet. This is really bad, but we are not dead yet. Okay, I'm just double checking to make sure that there isn't more Forgotten Beast gunk in the fort. The problem is if that dwarf decided to track Forgotten Beast gunk into here, this is blood. I'm looking for piles of Forgotten Beast extract, because we may lose that entire wagon of traders, and that would be very exciting indeed. So there's a pile of Forgotten Beast extract somewhere, and dwarves keep getting hit. There goes the Musketeer. Okay, on the bright side, I don't think any of this stuff made it into my fort. But may need to stop building this the way that I'm building this. Dwarf to dwarf. It is one of the worst Forgotten Beasts I've ever encountered, yeah. But the tree's almost done, so. Not in this map. It would freeze. I have the closest thing I can have. We've been over this a billion times, but because we're on a glacier, this is much more difficult to deal with. If we weren't on a glacier, I would simply do the logical thing, which is be able to see where the stuff is because there wouldn't be any snow. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this down. And if there is any of this stuff on this layer, someone will go up here and clean it up. But I'm not going to cover the entire map in them again. But yeah, if I could just see where it was, it would be a non-issue. Time is it? It's 12:30 p.m. Pacific. But when they walk over this, it melts the snow off of them, which usually melts most of the crap off of their bodies. As long as they're not tracking it into the fortress, it's okay. But also, I did actually have showers built in the basement where the initial fight happened, and that didn't fix it, so who knows? The water trench system didn't work. Mist generators do clean dwarves. Chat room, it's party time because the dwarves are playing the party song, which means grab your favorite party emotes and post them in my chat room. Remember, we have a new undulates emote courtesy of Elfie Bean. Kind of jealous of those people who got into the Ellen beta. I wonder if I just email them if they'd let me in. But I turn the volume down. This is fine. Cavern Dwellers, oh, that's fine. Which means Angry Beast is burning them. Shoutouts to Avus. How many things have you killed? 29? Nice. Very nice. Cavern cleaning service. Room service. Okay, let's double check down here, see how things are going. Bringing those up slowly. This is going to be pointed that way. Back over here. And then, like, I could put a third one in, but probably not a good idea. Is the short version? Probably not a good idea. And then across here, I got a bunch of Gabbro walls. Over here and smooth all these. This is going to be a Marksdorf area. Or Ellen Alpha, I guess, technically. It's Ilona. The developer, or the person who made Ilona is making a spiritual successor to Ilona. Then there's a Steam page for it, and it's in Alpha now, and people who backed it on Kickstarter have access to the Alpha. I didn't back the Kickstarter because, I don't know, I kind of forgot. But I'm kind of now jealous because I know some people who are playing it, which is this. So... kind of... Here, I'll link it in chat for anybody. But there is a closed alpha going on right now. But there's some people I know streaming it. By that I mean 2 people. One person I know, 2 people streaming it. But no early access games? Okay, that's fine. You don't need to play early access games. Someone's making you. But in the world of weird perpetual development, like niche games, it's kind of hard to get any games unless they're in early access. And that's very much the kind of things that I play, are the weird perpetual development games, right? Which are usually cursed to be in early access for at least some undetermined period of time. Yeah, except Stone Shard's just bad, so you'd be best off just not buying nor playing Stone Shard, because that is just a bad example of that. There's a difference between, like, bad development cycles and crappy publishers and good video games that deserve the time. Like Caves of Cut, exactly. Great example of a game that deserves the time. Or Cogmind, another great example of a game that deserved the time. Those anime-type cartoon games aren't for you? I think that the aesthetic of Ellen does Ellen a disservice. Or rather, I think the aesthetic of Ilona does Ilona a disservice, is what I would say. What, like me saying Stone Shard's a bad game? Dude, I've got 50 hours on Stone Shard. It's a bad game. It's just a very poorly designed roguelike. You can tell me how dare all you want, and I will just simply retort, it is a very poorly designed roguelike. That game launched with 1 AI code. So there was only 1 pattern that the enemy could do on launch. To give you an example, Jupiter Hell launched with 50. ADOM has like 800. If you don't have different behaviors for your AI, the combat gets stale very quickly. Nice, 420. Smoke weed every day. You know exactly why I say it's bad? Fair enough. All right. There you go. So we agree. Bad game. You shouldn't waste your money on it. It's also a game that, in my opinion, will never get finished because I don't like their publisher, and based on things I've heard about their publisher, I don't think that publisher likes finishing games. They just want to sell as much as possible and get their money. They did. You know what's funny? You could be completely joking about that, Zonalar, and I would believe you, because I haven't played enough of the original Doom to actually have an answer. Unless you're talking about Doom 2016, in which case, yeah, okay. Just look at how many languages their games get translated into, and then look up the average cost of a game full translation. Yeah, I don't like that publisher. I'm not a big fan of Hype Train Digital. The more I get to know them, the sketchier they seem. You mean the original? Okay. I mean, fair enough. I actually don't know that much about the original Doom. I've played through Brutal Doom. I've beat it, but I guess they do have different behavior patterns, don't they? Like the pinkies kind of charge at you and then dodge out of the way. There's some guys that shoot and strafe. Yeah, I see it. Some rush you and some stay behind. Yeah. No, yeah, I see what you're saying. I remember reading somewhere like Bloodborne has like 16 enemy behaviors or something, which seems like not a lot, but isn't as bad as it sounds, I think. You have yet to play Brutal Doom, but you've been looking at a lot of DZ Doom mods. I'm not a huge Doom modder, but I did play through Brutal Doom when it first became a thing because it looked cool, and it was fun. It was a good time. Getting doors in, getting things smoothed. I'm gonna need a bridge right here. Made out of green glass. And I'm gonna need a bridge right here. Made out of green glass. Vampire Survivors is $3. It's not a roguelike, and as a game, I would actually argue that Vampire Survivors is not very good. As a product, it is very good. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Vampire Survivors. So maybe don't come to me for like favorable Vampire Survivors takes. I think that genre as a whole has been kind of a negative on the industry, but you know. Yeah, no, that's fair. Doom was a very unique thing at the time. The Forgotten Beast Itvid Letotega Nabupo Hode has come. A gigantic blob composed of mud. It has 3 stubby tails and a bloated body. Beware its webs. I don't think that can beat the Fire Beast, so I think it's just going to kill the Fire Beast. And I also don't think it can fly, so it's just going to flip around. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel about the same way about Vampire Survivors as I do about, like, slot machine games. It's a good brain chemicals game, and that's about it. Which is why I really like, you know, Path of Acra, because it does the same good brain chemicals, but also requires thinking. I honestly found Vampire Survivors to be a little bit boring. Sure, no, totally. It's like the same reason I play Cookie Clicker. Minimum charge. I just wish people would stop calling it a roguelike. That's my actual dream with Vampire Survivors, is the day people stop calling Vampire Survivors a roguelike is going to be a day that my blood pressure drops a couple points. Sure. I mean, not all games require thinking, you know? And not all games need to be complicated mechanically. But if a game isn't complicated mechanically and requires absolutely no thinking, it might not be for me. And that's kind of how I feel about Vampire Survivors. That being said, I do really like this, like, extended Vampire Survivors universe bullshit of just, like, the creator being like, yes, this game has a massive story that I wrote. And that whole, like, series of interviews that he did where he talked about how important the story is to Vampire Survivors. Mwah, chef's kiss. Like, I have no interest in playing that stupid game, but, like, man, I do respect the guy that made it. Well, at this point, chat, what do you think of this take? Is Among Us just current gen Shovel Knight? It's like the indie darling that's just being put into everything now. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm just going to pause the game for... Bum, 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 bum. Among Us is just Town of Salem, but moved around. Town of Salem is just Mafia, but without cards. So, or Werewolf. Like, it's not a new type of game. That type of game has existed for forever. You're just repackaging it with slightly different rules. Started playing Space Station 14, of which I feel Among Us was inspired by. Okay, you guys know what Werewolf is, right? It's really funny to me when people are like, oh yeah, Among Us was inspired by Space Station 13. Sure. But does nobody know what Werewolf is anymore? Because those are literally just they're just expansions on the concept of Werewolf, though. Adding more jobs doesn't change the fact that it's still Werewolf. Werewolf is a card game where one person is handed a card, and they are the Joker, and they are the werewolf. Then everybody closes their eyes, and then the one person who knows that they are the Joker opens their eyes, points at a person, and then the person who's running the game says, okay, you're dead, and then everybody tries to figure out who the werewolf is. That's Werewolf. It's a very simple card game. And it's existed as longer than I've been alive. I mean, my mom and dad talk about playing Werewolf when they were kids, right? So it's like a crime mystery game with various variations on the rules. People sell it in boxes, and all of these games where everybody exists and then one person is the imposter, that is a card game that's like 100 years old. So it's really funny that everyone's just like, this is inspired by this. It's like, well, I mean, they're all just Mafia, but okay. Anyway, I'll finish reading what you were saying about Space Station 14. You're really having a blast with it? I mean, Space Station 14 is like, you know, a code rebuild of an old game. I don't like the Space Station 13 community, so I stay away from it as a streamer, generally. Like, any game where the most popular servers have a built-in rape mechanic, I'm kind of iffy on. And, like, I'm not alone on that. Yeah, but the thing is, Space Station 13 is Space Station 14. The only difference is Space Station 14 isn't as open as Space Station 13 is. Space Station 14 aims to be as open as Space Station 13 is. So I realize it's a much better small portion of the community right now. It's on a nicer engine, sure, and it's a much more dedicated, smaller group of people, so you're not going to get, like, the strangeness that plagues Space Station 13's gameplay, but... Okay, so I'm going to build this pump, and we're going to pump this lava into there. We're going to pump it out. Space Station 14... There's been a number of attempts to rewrite Space Station 14, right? Space Station 14 is on a different engine, that is correct. There's also Unity Station, which was an attempt to rewrite it in Unity, which I think failed entirely, which also has a Steam page, by the way. Like, this isn't the first attempt that community has made to rewrite it into a new engine. There's been several. But it's good to see, like, Space Station 14 doing okay, at least as far as that community goes. Have to be very careful with that. Everybody has, like, another thing that Among Us is. Among Us is a very common game that it was taken from Mafia and has existed for a very long time. Yes, this is known fact. But I think what I'm trying to say is Among Us is this generation's Shovel Knight, meaning it's the super easy to recognize branding that everybody, even if you haven't played the games, probably appreciates aesthetically, if nothing else, so it's very easy to make them into guest characters for other things. Hey, Audio, what's up? Happy holidays. I never played nor owned Warcraft 3. I was never a Blizzard kid. I had Brood War, StarCraft, for a bit, but never played any of the multiplayer, only ever played the single player. Still recovering from COVID? Oh, geez. That sucks. That sucks it's taking a while, dude. Always hope that stuff is just quick and easy, over and done with. My little sister got that for like a week. It sucked. Cough is not going away? Ugh. If it sticks around, go see a doctor if you can. Get some high-quality cough drops. Hey, Cooler, how's things? Cooler is the lovely artist who did the majority of the emotes on this channel, so shoutouts to Cooler. Let's pump all of this lava out of here. Back when I thought it was good. I love that specific distinction, back when I thought it was good. Not actually stating back when it was good, back when I thought it was good. That's interesting. Besides Altered Smell and Taste. To my knowledge, I've never had it. Which I think is insane, because I went to Las Vegas and walked through a crowd of 100-something thousand people at a festival and didn't get sick, so. If I have had it, it was completely asymptomatic, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, it was always a subscription MMO. They did have a dwarf fall all the way down into here, which is a damn shame, but it happens, unfortunately. I want to get this over to this side. We're going to get somebody to pump through these to get this lava over. Oh, are you not draining? Well, that sucks. I would think that it would drain that way into the lava, but I guess not. Stupid lava. Okay. Well, this is easy enough for me to just pump water over and seal, so we'll just do it that way. Like spoiled coffee. Spoiled and coffee smelled. You won't say, that's unfortunate. Smelling is something that you like as something else can ruin it. I know that one thing that was kind of funny was pretty early on in the pandemic, my aunt and uncle got COVID, and both of them were pretty asymptomatic, except my aunt lost her sense of smell. My uncle is notorious for having very bad sense of smell and didn't even notice, which I think is really funny, personally, that he just didn't notice. But, you know, still a suboptimal state to be in. So all the pieces for this are literally right there, so they can just build this. Yeah, I never played World of Warcraft, not because I didn't want to. I never played it because my mom and dad didn't let me use their credit card for video games, so I just couldn't do that. Still can't smell very well 1 year later? Yeah, that's awful, dude. I mean, there's always, like, jokes about how that's a benefit, but nah, losing your sense of smell sucks. What did they do? I have no idea. If I'm being honest with you, I have no idea. That's always a question I will never be able to answer. It's not something I can do on the spot like that. I don't keep notes, so I don't know. It's something that I'll think of and randomly babble about, but if you ask me specifically, what's the last dwarf that you got really attached to? I don't know. The only answer I'll ever actually be able to give you. Dwarf, did you fall? You did. Well, you got up and out, so that's good. No, you didn't. Can you get Dwarf? Dwarf! There you go. Had me real nervous for a second there. All right, now that we've done that, it's slippery. Clearly it was very slippery. Because this didn't work, so we're fixing it. Learning to swim? I mean, I don't know if I quite call that learning to swim. Potentially drowning is what I would call that, but... Has anybody else been following the long COVID situation with Physics Girl on YouTube? I don't know how many of you fall into those circles on YouTube, but apparently she's doing okay, which is good to know. It's a very particular portion of YouTube, and you either watch it or you don't. Physics Girl is a very large YouTuber who does like physics and science videos, and it's one of those like super high budget YouTubers who like goes on location and films a lot of stuff. And she got long COVID pretty bad, a little over a year ago. And every like 6 months, some other YouTuber uploads like a health update on her channel. It's kind of been weird to watch. Yeah, exactly. I mean, health-wise, she's doing bad, but it does sound like she's in decent spirits, so that's about all you can really hope for in that kind of situation, right? What are you doing? Oh, you're attending a meeting, okay. One is finally coming back to work after 18 months? That's scary. Hey, Bob. Preparing some dinner. What'd you miss? Oh, you know, slowly putting together the preparations for hell. A good welcoming party. Ever so slowly, we're going to be using steel bolts and ballistas. And hopefully we can fight back the initial waves and then venture down into hell itself. Yeah, some pretty nasty beast extract is probably the worst thing that's happened in this fort. Yeah, I mean, initially, like when the pandemic first took off, it was like dangerous to get it, right? Now, for the vast majority of people, if you get it, it's just a really shitty flu that might fuck you up for life. And that sucks. I don't like it. Like, people talk about, oh, it's just a flu, like it's not a bad thing, but it's like, I don't know, man. Permaflu sounds pretty bad. Also, Dwarf just went stark raving mad, who doesn't have any functional use of his hands, so I don't really blame him for going stark raving mad, frankly. Hey, Pop, how's things? Wow, there's a bunch of frozen beast extract down here. This is the stuff that's dangerous right here. That's the stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's helped to a degree, right? Making sure there isn't an open space underneath that. Good. If there was, we'd have a problem. And we just have to dig down into this. Your friends don't take it that serious. You know, I can kind of relate to one group of people that didn't take it that serious. And those are the people who, or not didn't take it that serious, don't take it that serious now. And those specifically are people who are just sick and tired of hearing about it. I get that. I can relate to that. I can relate to not wanting to hear about a shitty thing anymore. Very much I can relate to that. What I have a hard time relating to are the people who don't take it seriously and thus make life harder for literally everybody else around them. It's like, if you personally don't care, by all means, exist, have fun. It's if you make the life of everybody who does care around you harder, that's that's about all I have to say on that subject. Yeah, it's no longer a joking meeting, eh? And I don't blame them. Like, I get it. I also want to live that world. And honestly, to a degree, most places in the world are more or less back to pre-pandemic life. Life's back to normal here. The only difference is, feels a bit more like Japan on the public trains now, because a lot of people still wear masks on public transit, myself included, most of the time. Because the trains are busy. There's a lot of people on them. That's really all that's changed at this point. But it's the people who get weirded out about that, about people just deciding they want to wear a mask, that bothers me. From yesterday and today? That sounds delicious. I hope you have leftovers. Mm-hmm. Exactly. People always say that like it's a huge revelation gate. Zeph on the Metalsmith withdraws from society. Where are you? This one. Ah. Wait. Are you hungry and thirsty then? Oh, you literally just got released from prison. That's kind of funny. For certain communities, they've been a normal part of fashion for a very long time. What do you need, Dwarf? Stacked leather, we got tons of that. Square blocks, tons of that. Skeletons. I mean... I think I'm out of wood. Yeah, but people always say that as a gotcha. So the reason I don't like it when people come out of the woodwork and say, it doesn't help you, but it stops other people from getting sick. The reason I don't like that is that's a lot of people's reasoning for why nobody should wear masks, period. And that's why I don't like it coming out. Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, it was the same here. Right? Like, although it wasn't like an announcer, it was like transit security telling people to wear masks and escorting people off if they weren't, because our trains are automated, so we don't really have an announcer. But like, it bothers me when I see people using that, stating that, because it doesn't really help anything. In a perfect world, everyone would wear them on public transit, but we don't live in that world. So. All right, I'm just gonna slaughter an animal because the only thing that I think that he's asking for that I don't have is fresh bones. So I'm going to slaughter guinea hen and perfect iteration of this world. Everyone would wear them. And a giant dingo, why not? I mean, obviously, in a perfect world, the pandemic would have never happened, right? Ugh. But we don't live in that world. Which makes that a moot point, Junior. Yeah, because everybody was, you know, taking the proper precautions. Well, not everybody. Most people were. Actually, you know, obeying the rules initially. But anyway, we don't need to keep digging up this year-long trauma. The fun... reality is we're now getting attacked by giant animals. No, the fun reality is that this is the world that we live in now. So... we are getting attacked by giant coyotes and elves and giant badgers and birds, from what I can tell. Curse all friends of nature. It's an ambush. Many of them. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to turn on my burrows. I'm going to make sure that this burrow isn't outside, which it shouldn't be. Prepare the mushroom. Right. Badger, 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 badger. Am I doing it right? Okay, let's get rid of this. Let's... slam this right now. Let's... don't really have a good method of getting them into the fort right now. But what I can do is I can unlock this. They should be able to path in that way. I can pull this drawbridge. Shut the front door, yes. We're going to be seeing that a couple times. And we're going to fight them in hand-to-hand combat. Deploy the holy Dwarf grenade, I think is what you're thinking. Holy frame rates! Hardly knew ye. You know, chat, I wouldn't do this if I was playing on my own time, but... actually, no, that might expose something I don't want to see. Okay, never mind. Not going to do a thing. I was considering doing a thing, but I'm not going to do the thing. Although, the problem is my setup, my thing that I decided that I was going to do is actually not going to work because I don't actually have a way down because I did block this side off. Damn it. I mean, let's just double check and make sure that we've pulled the bridge. Nope, we have not. Let's just wait. Just gonna keep seeing that. So there's soldiers popping up here. This is the particularly scary thing. You see this? Let's pause the game. I'll just go over and take a look at this. This is a elf riding a giant cardinal. Is what that is. So that's slightly terrifying. Let's get the whole squad up there and stationed. We're gonna paint this snow red, I think. Didn't know I had a lava moat. Had a lava moat for quite some time now, in fact. This elf is just going to fly directly into the fort. I need that to get pulled. Pull the levers, Dwarf. Not even a matter of wrong lever. I literally just need you to pull this lever. And the frame rate is going to be very low until they made it into the fort. Until they make it into the fort, rather. Or until they're all exposed, because who knows how many of them are flying. I should really just surface my squads on the surface and try and kill all of their ranged ones. That's what I should really do. Okay, so I'm just going to tell all my squads to station right here. Actually, maybe not right there. Maybe... Actually, I'm scared. Okay, I'm going to take all but 2 of my squads and tell them to go right there. The other 2 are going to stay right here. Because on the off chance we get screwed over by some very bad luck, I would like to have half my army still. Because I don't have a trap to fight them with. This is literally just me using what I got, which is dwarves with swords. And in the near future, they will be entering in on this side. Because they won't be able to get in the front, they'll have to fly in. But what they will be able to do is walk in here through this door. And then we'll fight them all in this tunnel. That's what we're going to do. And then their bodies are all going to get thrown into my moat. It's going to be a good time. Okay, so the dwarves that are digging... Okay, they are going in the wrong direction. This is not... actually, maybe they are going in the right direction. Let's double check and make sure. We're just going to have to let the game run because it is a very slow, dramatic slowdown. Because this is a large siege. So part of the reason why sieges slow down your frame rate so much is because every single one of these animals has their own temperature. And so suddenly there's a lot of new items that are pathing into the fortress. And one of the bigger causes of like frame rate destruction in fortress mode actually is quite literally just... Oh, actually, no. I need to shut the other front door, not the front door. I need to shut the other front door. I need that front door shut. This one. Not this one. This one can stay open. I actually need this front door. So let's open this front door back up. Back from food. Welcome back from food. Congratulations on a successful food return. This is my dwarf who's going to go carve the ramp. Excellent. Dwarf is going the right direction. So if this dwarf lives, then we know that this is going to be safe. So if that dwarf randomly appears dead, not via elves, we know it was the good thing to happen. Okay, where's this? There's never a day of the year that you don't overeat, Pasta. You talk about this like 3 times a week. Okay, so you pull that lever. The elves can no longer enter the fort. I also need to actually make sure that all of the dwarves are in the burrow. Apparently we got more kids. There we go. There we go. So now that that's shut, the frame rate just skyrocketed because they are no longer able to get into the fort that way. So let's follow Fath. These dwarves are all going to go carve ramp. Let's hope that you don't bleed to death on the way here. So now that they've done that, I'm going to ask them to go carve this up. Right here. Because this will let the elves in. Sombauer was found dead. Marksdorf. I have absolutely no logical reason as to why, aside from that there was a lot of things fighting. Oh, a giant cardinal made it into the fort. Okay. So one of those elves made it into the fort. It was a giant cardinal. Cormacker seems to have taken some damage. There's just blood. Actually, did Cormacker get... Oh, God. Where's Cor? Heavy bleeding. Are you covered in this stuff? Or did you... Did you get catapulted by a drawbridge? That's what it looks like. Well, we're stuck in an ad break, so I'm gonna wait for 2 minutes. But what the hell happened to you? It looks like he got the stuff on him, but I think he got catapulted by a drawbridge because of the combat log. That or he got picked up by a bird and then dropped. So this dwarf may make it, they may not. Because they have no contaminations on them, so... This dwarf is bleeding everywhere. There is a dead elf on the surface. It appears that my soldiers were able to kill it. Probably similar... there's also a red splat on the ground, which is the mangled, mutilated corpse of the cardinal that the elf was riding. So we got at least one of the cardinal riders down. The elves now have access to my fort via this walkway down here. This up here needs to be removed from the burrow. And I should also tell them to not do that. So the elves should start coming in this way, which is fine. And I will position most of my military down here. They attacked me. I didn't attack them. Except for my Marks dwarves. I'm going to station right here. Actually, no. I'm going to station them right here. Oh, I love it when you have two tools open at once and then things don't work. I'm going to station them right there. And I'm going to smooth and then fortify all of this. So they should be able to shoot out from here and hopefully put down some covering fire on the dwarves. Whenever the ads hit, I do pause the game until the ads are pretty much over. So you shouldn't miss too much. Cormacker was found dead. So we have lost the captain of the guard. Are you covered in goop? No. Okay, so Cormacker took an injury and died. We just lost our captain of the guard, which means we need a new captain of the guard. I would like to give it to one of my named soldiers, and we will figure that out after this fight is over. But rest in peace to the captain of the guard, our, like, third captain of the guard of this fortress. Rest in peace. Blep on whichever side works best for you, Kagari. I just won't necessarily know who you are if you swap back and forth and have different usernames. Hospital, he didn't even make it to the hospital, no. But he collided with a drawbridge at some point. Okay, so the frame rates have tanked again because the elves are all pathing. It's okay. We'll be able to win when we fight them. Job takes a heavy toll. Yeah, no kidding. And he held it well. He served us good. He was a good captain of the guard for the most part. Aside from all of the alleged crimes he committed. But, you know, rest in peace to the captain of the guard. Cormacker was a good dwarf. And also our friend Cormacker in real life works for the indie publisher Hooded Horse. So shoutouts to Hooded Horse, I suppose. We're literally fortifying these walls in real time, which is kind of a really cool mental image, right? The elves are just like walking in slowly mounted on their giant coaties and other large animals, and they just see slits appearing in the ice walls above them. I don't even know if this will be effective, but we'll try. Actually, you know what? I don't really want the soldiers waiting there. I want the soldiers waiting here. Here. I want them up at the top, not down at the bottom. I don't really want them to go dodging into the lava. Uh-oh, you're sleeping. Well, you might want to wake up there, Aimless. What squad is this? Bloody Glacier? Right. Didn't click them, apparently. At least most of them are leaving. Okay, so we must have broken through because my dwarves are now running away screaming. There's so much. There's so much. I should have done this on a lower level. Kinda fucked this up, but... Let's see if they can start shooting. Actually, you know what? We'll just do this the easy way. Guys, go onto the roof. Just go onto the roof. At least one squad go onto the roof. The other two, you guys just go underground, and I will cancel the rest of that. That's not going to work unless I set it up properly anyway. We're going to go down to here, and we'll just let those jobs finish. All right, they're entering the fortress, and Aimless Alpha is still sleeping. So now we play the game of, does Aimless Alpha wake up or die in his sleep? Oh, well, we've got our first very brave dwarf, who's Baka Glass, who comes flying through literally everything and is applying currently to defend their friend, Aimless Alpha. I'm gonna be a little bit smart here and maybe send in another squad. Maybe. I say maybe. Aimless, or rather Baka Glass, is starting to fight with many different creatures, including the giant Cody's, as well as multiple elves in the situation. Chat room, can I get a big vial force of darkness in the chat? The Spearmaster strikes the elf bowman in the upper front teeth with their named short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc, stabbing teeth off as dwarves do, while aimless alpha still sleeps. Many bits and pieces are flying everywhere, and I'm starting to see wooden bolts, or rather probably arrows more likely, flying around. A few layers up, we've got the rest of the squads up here waiting, patiently going, man, there's some weird noises coming from underground. Anyways, so I'm going to take their squad, and this bottom squad, and tell them to all, also this squad, and which is the one that's all the way up here? And are they even shooting? Okay, they're not up there yet. Which squad did I send up there? You guys probably? Romantic bolts? Okay, so everybody but the romantic bolts. You, and you. You guys, I'll go stand right there. And we'll see how this goes. And, oh man, I'm gonna lose so many to the water. You, or lava. You go, you, and you go stand there. Baka Glass is still fighting and dueling with multiple creatures now. His kill count is up to 7 notable. He's killed a number of giant creatures as well as elves at this point. Is continuing to duel in the frozen tunnels beneath Sunbirths, and has now moved forwards far enough to the point where he's almost at the door, continuing to duel. The rest of the dwarves come flying into the combat area and are now fighting with our elven invaders. The elves appear to run and cower in fear, as well I believe they should. Are there anybody shooting bolts from the surface just yet? Well, not yet, it appears. Well, I guess they never quite got there in time. Let's try sending them up here, even. Both of them. You guys go there. The elves are now starting to split and run away as fast as their little legs can carry them. The dwarves are now backing off to their proper stations, which is actually really good. And there's some baron who's walked right through the elven siege. The elves are now running off the side of the map, terrified of our onslaught. Clearly. It's good to have the frame rate back. So I think the hero of this fight was clearly Baka Glass, and because they had the skills for it at one point previously, and I actually gave them the job previously until I found somebody who was much better for the job, Baka Glass is going to be our new captain of the guard. So welcome to your, once again, now official, new role. Baka Glass. Can I get a round of beers welcoming the new captain? Who is in charge of all things crime in the fortress. That was a pretty exciting siege, though. They had quite a scary force to be reckoned with. Like, that could maybe have gone bad. All right, let's go back up to the surface, actually, briefly. I need to go here. Open this. Also need to go up here. I need to open this. And I need to... That other dwarf slept through it all. I mean, typical, frankly. Also, what's kind of funny is Baka Glass is actually one of the most angry dwarves in the fort. So, I'm sure you'll do great at your new job. He is going to go get a new set of gear, though. Because, new job requires new gear. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever there's some sort of cataclysmic event in Dwarf Fortress, there's always a dwarf that sleeps through the whole thing. It always happens that way. Every single time. All right, let's just make way too many iron bolts. Mama K Plays, thank you very much for that subscription. Welcome back for a 4th month. Let's do, actually, how am I doing on steel first? 398. Let's do 200 steel instead. $200 steel bolts. And down here, I'm going to make a little stockpile for bolts, because we're going to need it. And this hasn't quite dug off the map yet. Oh, also, I can turn these off. Need for sleep. North Pole drift. I mean, North Pole nap time. Definitely. At least he kills a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, he's already an expert at his job, you know? I mean, being on patrol is very tiring, so I don't really blame that dwarf for, you know, suddenly taking a nap during the middle of a patrol, because, like I said, being on patrol is it's particularly tiring. I'm digging all the way up to the edge of the map right now so that I can drain this stuff off the edge of the map. I'm literally holding down the paintbrush tool instead of using the stamp tool so that I can dig faster, because I find it faster this way. So we're going to smooth the wall, and then I'm going to fortify it. Missed all the action? Damn right he did. Unfortunately. Probably dreamed about the action. Could smell the viscera at a distance. Speaking of smelling the viscera, I'm sure that there's a lot of viscera that we need to clean up, right? Oh, most of it's gone already. Perfect. I love it when my dwarves are efficient. We can also get rid of this crap, because we don't need that. So I'm trying to do something, sort of. I need to make it so that when the baddies come in through this area, they walk all the way across a drawbridge that goes across this. And I want to have a patrol line along here for defense. I don't know if I'll actually get any of this done, but I would like to build it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along this way right here. And make gabbro blocks. Gabbro blocks. I'm going to make a wall right next to it. Out of gabbro. A wall all the way along here. Also out of gabbro. Same with right there. Now, I need all of these ramps gone. Which is one of the bigger issues. So we're going to go down to here, and we're going to remove that. And go all the way along here. We're going to remove all of these. Going to unforbid these. No, this isn't RimWorld. There is no, like, corpse butchering or anything. There's no mechanics like that in this game. And, sometimes, if they're not named, you can harvest their mounts. Like, butcher their mounts. Goblin armor can be melted down. Metal armor can be melted down, just in general. But that's about the extent of what you can do. Anything more than that is considered undwarfy. Dwarves are pretty strict about what they're willing to do. But as far as elven gear goes, elven gear is made of wood, and it sucks, so I just throw it in the lava. Because why would you bother keeping it? It's largely just a bad use of, like, inventory space to keep them. I need to just queue up more Gabbro blocks. It's very cold snow, is how. Very, very, very cold snow. As long as it's not the deadly snow. Yeah, and that we're not actually sure about. Believe it or not. I do not know if that is in fact the deadly snow or not. There is almost no way to know until dwarves start dying. I mean, sure, that would do absolutely nothing of value, though, aside from disturb the hell out of your dwarves and drive your average moods down. If that's something you want to do for your fortress, absolutely, you could do that. Will I do that? No. Because what is the point? All that does is upset my dwarves, and I'm trying to keep my dwarves, like, you know, in decent spirits, so. Dwarves, unlike the bloodthirsty people who play this video game, don't appreciate violence the way some people think they do. They're much more like humans, where they gain PTSD and have horrible lives if they see a lot of death. And if you know, go start putting symbols of death everywhere and images of death, it will disturb dwarves. However, if you do want to do such dark things, I do have something similar. This is the entrance to my prison, and these are pedestals. And these are corpses of forgotten beasts that I couldn't butcher, and some creatures that some creatures that had fleshy bodies that rotted. But these are the corpses of forgotten beasts I couldn't butcher, and because they're not the entirety of the bodies, and because they're kind of out of the way in the fortress, it doesn't bother them too much. But I'd be wary about putting them at the front door. Dirty Bum 99 definitely doesn't use a bidet. Absolutely doesn't use a bidet. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Welcome back. But yeah, no, that would be horrible for morale if you put it at the front door of the fortress. If it would disturb most humans, your dwarves probably won't like it. Not that you'll listen to me, though. No one does when it comes to this subject. If that's something you want to do, go nuts. Have fun. But I would advise against it. Trauma will, it's the beatings will continue until morale improves. But the actual, like, end of that joke is that the morale never improves. So if you want your morale to improve, maybe don't do that. I will say that is much more of a goblin type habit. So if you're going to, be making gruesome mounds, air quotes, of the corpses of your enemies, you may want to do that if you want to roleplay your faction correctly. You may want to do that in a dwarven faction that has a demonic overlord or a necromancer in charge instead of a dwarf, because any good actual dwarves would expel any dwarven fortress that got up to such dark misdeeds. Enjoy the winter fortressing. Cheers, Celestars. I read that as cinemas initially, and I was very confused. But you enjoy the holiday season as you will, or as you do. Modding the game to play as goblins is excruciatingly boring, because goblins, as they currently sit mechanically in the game, and all mods that allow you to play as goblins, simply swap over the race of dwarves for goblins. And the reason that it sucks and is boring is because goblins, in the place of dwarves, are just dwarves that don't need alcohol. So mechanically, it's really boring to do that. So it's better to try and find a darker faction and roleplay in an evil direction, in my opinion, than it would be to mod the game and play as goblins. Meissner, thanks for gifting a subscription to Vlam. That's a 60-month resub for Vlam. I miss Vlam. He used to be around here all the time. I was gonna cue something up, now I can't remember what it was. I'll remember it. Give me 10 minutes. Goblin tech should be way different, yeah. But the game just doesn't, which is why when everybody's just like, have you ever played as other races? It's like, yeah, but I don't bother, because like there was a few mods from back in the day that had very, very, very different races, but none of those mods have been updated. That is something you can do in vanilla without mods. Just be a bunch of Gorlaks and then go join a fortress. It's a good time. Oh, apparently I'm out of Gabbro. That's why I'm no longer making Gabbro blocks, is because we're literally out of this stuff. Got it. Wasn't that like the whole map layer that I mined out? Isn't that all Gabbro? It's all Dolomite. 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 All Mudstone. Where's that Gabbro layer? There it is. This is the area that I mined out that's all Gabbro. So they're telling me that there's no Gabbro on the map, eh? I forgot to push a button. Needs Gabbro, eh? Unless all of this is Fellite. This may all actually be Fellite. No, there's definitely Gabbro boulders out here. That's all Fellite. That's also all Fellite. That's a Gabbro boulder, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. It's not possible. There is no cave-ins of that sort in the game, unless I were to remove all support, which I've been kind of tempted to, but it would be very clear if I was doing that. It's not the sort of thing that would just suddenly happen. It would be something I would have to do intentionally. We'll see you later, Scripero. Thanks for hanging out briefly on this Christmas Day, the bonus stream, or whatever this is. I'll be honest, I don't actually know what this is. Chat room, can you guys do me a really, 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 really big favor? Can you guys say Merry or Happy Holidays or Merry Xmas or Merry Christmas, whichever one you prefer, honestly, to this username? So copy paste that username and say that. I'm sending somebody a Twitch chat card. I mean, there's older versions of the game that did consider wall stability, and it worked well in those versions. I don't know how you would do it now in this current version. Thanks, chat. We're sending the Warsim developer a happy holidays because he just DM'd me, so. Also, Warsim, a pretty cool game that's probably on sale right now. Is it? Yes, it is. It is $7 Canadian, so it's cheap. You should buy this game because the developer just got a tattoo of a face of a person in his game. So you should buy this game because, I don't know, the guy who made it's cool. And the game's pretty good. And also for the folks on YouTube, there's a link. so this is now pumping. We're now pumping the last of this lava out of here. So I'm going to go above this and channel through this. Channel through this. And we're going to let this lava into here so we can get rid of that too. And I'm going to channel down through here. Channel down through here. And hopefully not accidentally release Hellfire. Hopefully. But, you know, if we do, it's not the worst thing that could possibly happen, right? Because I just want all of this lava gone. Shoutouts to the brave, some custodian over here for, you know, digging. Manaski art tattoo before? I mean, I've been planning on getting a dwarf tattoo for forever, but life has taken priorities. Something is evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, which is this. It is a tick monster. The tick monster is a large three-eyed tick. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its red-purple exoskeleton is waxy. Beware, it's poison gas. Well, you never needed those external tools. That was just the, like, core community that always said that, Spleam. I mean, you just buy it on Steam, and you're good to go, pretty much. If you need help, yell in my Discord or in a Twitch chat or in the KitFox Discord, and people will help. The wiki's huge and very, very comprehensive. It's not too hard to get into. You know, recognize one of the most memorable events I ever had in Dwarf Fortress was, this was way before this version of the game came out. This was back in pre-version 47 when game was still ASCII. So there was a much smaller audience watching the stream, right? I had like 40 people watching. And this person came in and asked to be a Fisher Dwarf. Like, specifically asked to be a Fisher Dwarf. Yeah, no, I've played this game for like 10 years. I know what you're talking about, Spleen. You didn't need those external tools back then. That's me saying that about that time period. Like, this could be 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You never needed those external tools. They were helpful for some people, and you only needed 3, technically. Or people only wanted you to use 3. But anyway, this, what's the word? No, Dwarf Fortress is not a text-based RPG. A text-based RPG, you type in lines of text. Dwarf Fortress was just an ASCII game. Anyway, this person popped in and asked if I could... Now we're stuck in an ad break. Why do you guys distract me like this so I can't, like, finish my stories before ad breaks? Now I have to wait a minute 30. Oh, War Sim? Is that a text-based RPG? It's more of a multiple choice because there's no, like, text prompts. You're not typing in text. You're just selecting options from 1 through 9. It's more of a choose-your-own-adventure, but kind of, yeah. And it does run in a DOS terminal, so yeah, kind of. Kind of, but not technically. It's more of a text adventure than a text RPG. While they're away, NetHack. There's too much in that game. That game scares me, if I'm honest. Kitchen sink design. Brr. I don't know what else to say. You might like that game. I mean, one of my favorite reviews of War Sim was from a longtime Dwarf Fortress player who says War Sim is his favorite game to play now that he has a baby because he can play it with his numpad and have a baby in the other arm. Which I think is a pretty, you know, solid recommendation for the parents out there. But anyway, in regards to ticks, I had a... SoundSense was a DF Hack plugin, so you use DF Hack with a DF Hack plugin. Dwarf Therapist was a separate piece of software. And a tile set is not a separate piece of software. That's a tile set. It's a graphics pack. Anyway. The thing with the ticks was I had a person who popped into the chat when we had like 40 people watching, and they specifically requested to be a Fisher Dwarf. And I said, this is an Untamed Wilds map. I don't think you'll live very long if I make you into a Fisher Dwarf right now. And he goes, nope, I want to be a Fisher Dwarf. Make me into a Fisher Dwarf. And I explained that being a Fisher Dwarf in this particular map was the most dangerous job that a dwarf could have. And he goes, I don't care. Make me into a Fisher Dwarf. It's like, Okay, so I was following the dwarf, and we watched the dwarf walk out of the fortress, down to the creek, and start fishing. And fished for about 10 seconds, and then a giant tick de-stealthed from the tree above it, dropped down, killed the dwarf instantly, dragged the dead dwarf up into the tree, and left the body in the tree and then stealthed again. Anyway, let's watch this tick monster. So this tick monster goes to jump into the lava, vaults out of the lava. Okay. Do I have a squad training here right now? You're sleeping. Right, Onions, what squad is this? The Armored Ice? Let's send the Armored Ice in. They are the closest squad. And I'm going to make sure that there's no other digging jobs happening down here. And this dwarf, you can stop pumping. Let's follow this creature. There it is. The gaseous tick monster. There's some custodian running away from the creature. And tell the Armored Ice to kill this creature. Dang nabbit! Reggie to rabbit! Hold on. Large balls and rose-scented forgotten beast bones often are received poorly by elves, exceptional in a few cases. The box can expectedly combust into many birthday dwarfs. Horses kickboxing is a gladiatorial experience one should enjoy. However, ticket stubs are a volatile commodity. Invest skulls in wrapping tricycles while combining combing engine of well-being. Particular engineering students are usually stressed with math students since math students didn't calculate the caught up. Made it. All right, let's watch this fight. So the tick is chasing this dwarf around at Mark 10, and the dwarf is running, going, "This is my fight too. This might require an answer." And the answer is, "Help! I need backup, and I'm dead." Rest in peace. Some custodian was killed by the tick monster kicking the weaponsmith in the head, and the injured part collapsing into gore. Rest in peace, dwarf. The Armored Ice is coming to fight this creature. Errol is now overexerted and bleeding, and also gets immediately removed from the land of the living. Stodier, the accomplished swords dwarf, flies down and stabs the tick monster in the leg, stabs it again in the first foot, stabs it in the third leg, tearing the muscle. The creature then pushes the dwarf backwards, and the dwarf appears to be in a decent spot, even though the creature is on top of it. The dwarf then falls down a level. I don't think they took too much damage there. Yeah, I got struck at and they dodged, basically. They dodged down a level. The dwarf then falls another level into the lava, which is bad for your health. The dwarf then moves up a level, and I'm going to use godlike powers to make this dwarf stop burning. No.
Mary Dwarfmas, blind.
I want to give this dwarf a chance, because that's way cooler. The dwarf manages to pat out the flames magically while still bleeding. Fudiko Casper, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. And the dwarf continues dueling with the creature and kills it. The dwarf, so covered in the creature's blood, extinguished the flames. The dwarf slashes the tick monster in the right second foot with her sword. The severed part sails off in an arc. Dwarf is now going back to combat drills. And the creature is dead as the smoke clears. And you know what? Stodier, that dwarf back here, flameless. Shameless. Yeah, I've been told that, Diamond. It's nice to see. It's nice that Robaz is back, even if it's only briefly. Who knows how long Duder's going to be around for. But Robaz would generally pop into the Dwarf Fortress directory every so often and then play it for a bit with a tile set and then vanish in the old days, so doesn't surprise me too much that he does it now again. He's kind of like a Quill 18 these days. Also, I don't really know if the category is hot just because one large streamer is playing the game. I would say the category would be hot if there was like 40 people playing the game right now, but it is nice to see Robaz around, though. I think it's a bit, like, of an exaggeration otherwise. Okay. Another spot that I'm going to build is back here. And this is also going to be a spot for creatures, and I'm going to put another bridge right here. Yeah, another bridge right here. Yeah, the directory is getting some inflation currently. Oh, I think I screwed up a strange mood. Yeah, I did. Whoops. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make 3 levers. You ask me nicely, Valleys. We've had various methods, but currently you just ask. You would like a dwarf, just say so. So I assume you would like a dwarf? How does Ficod the Weaponsmith sound? It's what happens when you grab a dwarf, Zonalar, and you grab them by the face, and you give them a big old kiss, and then you blow really, really hard, and then you grab them by the lips, and you stretch them out, and then you twist them off, and you tie a little knot, and then you kick them, and they float into space. What happens when you inflate a dwarf? Next question. She is gripped by crippling shyness, and she is easily moved to mercy. And she is conflicted by this, since she sees these tendencies as impotent for the quest for power. She is very impolite and does not, in fact, defy gravity, and inconsiderate of property. She is comfortable with others that have a different appearance and culture, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she can handle stress. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she has an active sense of humor. She has a calm demeanor and is quite ambitious, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Believes that peace is always preferable to war and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and respects power. I mean, you asked what dwarf inflation was, so I answered your very logical question with the only logical answer. True Freak. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas or perfectly normal Monday, depending on your preference. Back at you. You love your dwarf. She's perfect. She has no family, but she does have a couple of friends. She's a member of the Weaponsmiths and the Metalsmiths Guild. And she's afraid reliving experiencing trauma. Well, word. Me too. Much relate. Aren't we all? Yep. If the last 2 years have taught us anything, anyway. I'm gonna try and get that out of there. For the sake of my own sanity. But, you know, just trying to get all of this lava and stuff removed more or less from down here so that I can then start digging out the adamantine, which is on this layer. Although, I think I'm going to get maybe 1 layer of adamantine before things are going to start getting hot, so I might not even actually dig into the adamantine. I might just wait until I'm actually going to dig too deep before I start digging into the adamantine. Also, wow, I've been streaming for 5 hours already. It's already 2 p.m. Holy shit. Also, I need to delete this stockpile because that was used to clean up some contaminants. I've got dwarves still practicing catapults. Actually, how many siege operators do I have now? I've got 3 siege operators. Pele, Zonalar, and Edzul. I mean, okay, so Diamond, we don't need to just like sit here and hyperfixate and like constantly talk about the fact that there's a large streamer streaming this game that some people think has a weird sense of humor. Yeah, he has a weird sense of humor. That's about it. Robaz is fine. Can we not? What? Like, not trying to make it weird or nothing, but like, do you have to? I'm happy that Robaz is playing Dwarf Fort. We should all be. It's good for the game. Anyways. But I hope that you're doing well, Diamond. It's good to run into you in so many various Dwarf Fortress rooms. It's a day of jolly and cheer. Yeah, it's a good excuse to drink. Speaking of chat, I said today that I would stream until about 2. So you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to go get some cheer. Back in a sec. All right. I have returned. So chat room, I have the most on-brand glass ever. Well, maybe. This is about a shot and a half of Woodford Reserve, which is an okay bourbon. So all I have to say is, whatever your holiday of choice is or normal Monday, happy holidays. Cheers. Round of whatever the heck you want to post. Or juice. I don't know. You don't have to drink. It's less of a heal potion and more of a feel warm potion. Laura the Weaponsmith has been found dead. That was expected. But, it's funny that this dwarf is called Mutilated. Because this dwarf didn't just die of violence. This dwarf died of dehydration because they went mad. But their corpse still says it's mutilated. I think that's funny because this dwarf was in a got its severe combat wounds, lost the ability to use either of their arms, and had no legs. So this dwarf was like a torso, kind of inching around for the past few years until they recently went insane. I think it's funny that this dwarf's corpse is referred to as mutilated, even though they just died of not mutilation. They'd just been mutilated for so long that the dwarf's body was referred to as mutilated. Potion of cold resistance. Honestly, I would say it's potion of assumed cold resistance because having alcohol in your system does not make you more cold tolerant. It makes you think that you are more cold tolerant. It doesn't actually make you warmer. It makes you think that you are warmer. You have eggnog? I really wish I could have eggnog, but it's whiskey doesn't send my blood sugar to space the way eggnog does, so I don't actually have eggnog. Potion of illusion. You know, actually, that or insanity. One of the two. The illusion of thinking that you're smarter, more attractive, and warmer than you actually are. Sounds like alcohol to me. Checks out. Hi, Sane, I'm blind. All right, let's go down. Oh, some of that drained out. That's good. Okay, so let's get you pumping again. Oh, that's interesting. That's just an open flow into the magma. See. Slightly concerning. Gonna go one layer above that and hollow that out. Another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take every single one of my squads and I'm gonna tell them to all stand right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to this layer once this is done being pumped out. We're just gonna dig out all of this. Actually, I may even just put the squads all right here. And we're going to expect some chaos. Because I'm just going, once this is done being pumped, we are just gonna start digging. We're gonna dig out this whole layer. I'm gonna automate all of these gems, actually, is what we're gonna do. Which means there's gonna be some fighting at the very least. Although maybe not all of them, because I need to make sure they don't dig into the water, but... You're happy that you get a chef's knife and a knife sharpener? You know, I asked for a vacuum cleaner is the main... Like, you know you're a grown-up when, like, the main thing on your Christmas list is a vacuum cleaner. Which is literally the main request on my holiday list from my family. It was like, please get me a vacuum. I really hope I got a vacuum. Otherwise, I have to go buy a vacuum. But yes, please drink responsibly, chat room. But it's time to start digging. You just wanted the knife sharpener, the knife is a bonus? I mean, yeah. No, I can relate to that life. Watch me just accidentally release some lava and then burn all of my soldiers to death. Happy holidays and fragrance. Well, water is fine. As in increased circulation. Increased circulation does not necessarily mean warmer. It makes your blood vessels grow, doesn't it? Man. So you guys didn't hear that. There's people screaming Merry Christmas and hitting pots and pans and running, I assume, because they moved by pretty quick. But there's a bunch of them outside. Anyway, if I was a mean person on Twitch, I would, like, spin up a webcam and just, like, point it at them and be like, look at these people. But I'm not. I'm not a bad person, so I won't do that. But it is kind of funny. It's like, I feel like I've watched a Mythbusters episode about this, by the way, in regards to, like, alcohol not, in fact, warming you up. Something about, like, dogs carrying brandy because they thought that it kept you warmer. Might give you the will to live longer. Also, another thing I need to do is this. See, this dwarf just got, like, a bunch of that death sludge washed off of them. That, which if they get on their skin, they do die. I'm just going to, a stockpile right here. And wait until a dwarf comes down here and cleans it. Because that makes me very worried. Stuff is infinitely replicating, and I haven't gotten rid of it yet. It's like the actual plague. There's so much of it. Fortunately, the water is washing it off of them as fast as they're getting it on them. So, I'm just really hoping somebody comes and cleans this soon. That, or I could just tell them to smooth this, which will actually clean this. Let's just do that. Uh-oh. Got my dwarves bleeding? Yep. Okay, we're fucked. Gotta stop what I'm doing. Gotta stop what I'm doing. Gotta get the military out of here. Like now. My military is now bleeding. Man, can't do anything in this fort. Great. Well, I haven't seen any dwarves die yet. I guess that's good. Maybe it's just the one. Blazing iceberg. Still bleeding. No longer bleeding. Okay, mostly stopped bleeding. Scott literally just has a dusting on it on him. Okay, let's see if I can get all this crap cleaned up. Yeah, it's all cleaned up now. Well, let's give it a minute while I carefully channel around areas that I know are safe. Or actually, I could just fill this area up. It is the same Forgotten Beast. I don't know why I'm still finding its contaminants. We have tons of soap, tons of way for them to clean themselves. I regularly see them cleaning themselves. It is crazy. I've never had such a consistent contamination for this period of time, for this long a period of time. It is actually kind of nuts. And I've cleaned them off many times too, which is even better. But none of my soldiers died somehow, so that's kind of nuts. Somehow somebody figured... I mean, it's actually that Forgotten Beast who figured out how to play Plague Inc. But we haven't died yet, so... My bourbon supply is running low. Also, before you guys get excited, no, I'm not getting drunk on stream. I'm literally just having this one glass. Resting injury? That is okay. Enjoy your eggnog. Drink responsibly. And don't forget to have some sort of rehydrating beverage with it. Like water or something. You know? Bourbon yourself? What kind of bourbon? Taffy Man? This is nothing fancy. It's Woodford Reserve. Not my favorite bourbon either. I'm generally more of a Scotch person. I just didn't feel like reaching that far back in the cupboard and grabbing the scotch, if I'm being completely honest. I'm like, bourbon will do. It's at the front of the it's at the front of the closet, so it's easier to grab. Okay, that can get knocked over. That can get knocked over. Just finished your 1 liter cup of gamer subs. God, that branding. You know, I'm more looking forward to doing a stream on New Year's. One of my favorite days of the year to stream is New Year's, because like every hour, basically, a group of people tune in and say, Happy New Year! And that's not something that people argue over, whereas Christmas is a holiday sometimes people argue over. But everybody can kind of get behind the Happy New Year part. Oh, I know what a gamer sups is. I just think it's just a dumb name. That's all. I remember the first time somebody I knew got sponsored by them, and I was like, really? That's a thing? Wow. And that's just how I feel about it. That's all. I just think it's tacky branding. No, I think the brand name is dumb. The brand itself, whatever. I have zero thoughts on what the brand is. I think the brand name is dumb. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's exactly the same as every single one of those other energy drink brands that you buy in powdered format. I'm sure it's borderline identical from the others. Except I think Gamer Subs is legally allowed to be sold in Canada and has never been told it wasn't able to be sold in Canada, whereas like G Fuel wasn't allowed to be sold in Canada for a good chunk of time because they had an irresponsible, air quotes, amount of lead in their products. Which, I want to know what a responsible amount of lead is, but, you know, probably nearly chemically identical. Yeah, with just slight variations in flavors, you know, and different investors. There's pepper seeds there? Huh. You'd hope, yeah. Although my favorite banning of a product ever in Canada was Arizona iced tea. We were not allowed to get Arizona iced tea for a couple of years because Arizona iced tea had too high a percentage of rat urine per milliliter be allowed to be sold in Canada. Most milk comes from titties, Diamond. I hate to break it to you. It's just usually cow titty. Sometimes goat titty. Sometimes almond titty, you know? Oh, no, absolutely. It's always higher than 0, X-Bean. It's always higher than 0. Yeah. But this happens, like, weirdly frequently, where, like, there will be popular food product in the States that suddenly shows up in Canada that then suddenly vanishes because Canada's food health and safety requirements are stricter. So they cut costs slightly for the American version, and then suddenly it's not allowed for sale in Canada anymore, which I've always found very amusing. I will tell you this. None of those powdered energy drinks are healthy. Just blanket statement that I can be relatively confident about. None of those are healthy. They're all just varying levels of unhealth. Okay, so let's get the military station down here. This is all getting put together. That's what I tend to feel about, like, I used to be, like, people sometimes hear me talking about energy drinks and think that I'm just, like, super against energy drinks. No, I loved energy drinks. In fact, I would say I love energy drinks. I like energy drinks a bit too much, and to the point where, like, When I was at my worst, I was taking caffeine pills and energy drinks at the same time. And to which I have to say, get on my level. But also at the same time, don't do yourself the bodily damage of, like, getting addicted to caffeine. Because caffeine is the only drug that I've recreationally done in my entire life that I've had trouble stopping. Zuffon the metalsmith has been missing for a week. I have no idea. Maybe we'll find him. Also, we're out of booze, so let's drink more booze. Actually, maybe he's in prison. Let's find out. Nope, not in fact in my prison. I'm not sure what happened to him. Tea's good too, but I prefer the flavor of coffee, so I usually just drink coffee. It's almost worse than nicotine for you. I've never had a nicotine addiction, so I can't relate with that. But I will say that at my worst, I was drinking 4 to 6 cups of coffee a day, plus 1 to 4 energy drinks, and I was usually taking 1 or 2 caffeine pills a day, which was like 3 Red Bulls. Except for that new Panera lemonade. Got it. I've seen memes about the Panera lemonade. I know nothing else about it aside from the memes. Okay, we check for heat. What devilry is this? And the game saving. Thanks, game. Have you voted for our Lord and Savior, Mayor Gremlin? I will say this, no matter how much the adolescents among us believe this, and I did myself at one point, you do not need caffeine. Period. You might need an ADHD diagnosis, but you do not need caffeine. There is no point where the human body requires caffeine. You might be self-medicating some other problem with caffeine, but you do not need caffeine. Three folks die. What even is it? Like, I haven't looked at the ingredients or what actually is in that stuff. Like I said, I've literally just seen memes about it, which generally is not a really good way to get a product marketed at you. Unless it's, you know, Morbius. Then memes is a great way to have that product marketed to you. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. It's a specter of steam. Gabe Newell's anger is felt from a distance. It is... truly respects power and the development of skill. Well, that's lovely to know. A very large koala composed of steam. It has wings and a bloated body. All right, everybody, stab it to death. Get it, dwarfs. Quick, dog pilot. It'll never see you coming. Look at all those bolts. Holy crap. The bolts are all flying through the air directly at it, and they all miss. The dwarves then probably are about to loose another volley of bolts. The dwarf that's caught in the middle of this is Angelic Ash, who did win a fight against another creature previously, who is currently just missing everything and saying, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. Bits of the creature are flying everywhere, and the creature is now dead. Did you get 2 of them? Please tell me you got... Oh, you didn't get 2 of them. He does say, there's no need to feel vengeful. Probably because somebody else took his demon kill. But the demon is now dead. And we can restation the military. And wait for the next one. Yeah, I don't know. I really liked caffeine. I used to be one of those people who always said I need caffeine. I didn't. I still don't. I like caffeine. It's how drugs work. You don't need it, you like it. And you know it's an addiction when you say that you need it. Because you feel that you need it. Yeah, exactly. I don't need caffeine, but if I don't have coffee for too long, I get migraines. So, like... Caffeine is what the most widely accepted like stimulant drug that most people are addicted to. As somebody who very recently got an ADHD diagnosis and is still going through the process for bipolar disorder, yeah, I needed caffeine for years. I wasn't able to keep a job unless I had at least like a large coffee in me. In fact, it's a miracle I didn't get fired more than 0 times. I've actually, now that I think about it, never actually been officially fired from a job. I've been let go from jobs, but I've never been fired. Exactly, Zonalai. What am I digging? You don't get the purpose? Well, the glass is more of an aesthetic thing. I could use any material. But what I'm doing is I'm slowly channeling down through a pillar of gems. At the bottom of this pillar of gems is a pillar of adamantine. Underneath the pillar of adamantine is a spoilers. When we get to the spoilers is very hard to kill, and we need to kill the spoilers. And so I need the spoilers to be contained in a very specific area so that I can do my best to kill the spoilers. If you guys want me to speak spoiler-free, I can do that too. But that's what we're doing. And the reason the military is all sitting here is for when the other spoilers pop out for the, to defend the spoilers. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's it. Long story short, beneath the adamantine is a tunnel that goes down to the fourth cavern layer, which is hell, and we are digging down to hell right now. So. On the way to hell, there is various other demons and angels scattered throughout the rock that you have to be kind of wary of, that can sometimes be pretty strong, like the one we just found. And so we are digging down. That's what we were doing. You know, for whatever it's worth, your medically prescribed espresso is probably better than medically prescribed microdosing of meth, which is what I'm doing. Not actually microdosing meth, but ADHD pills are a derivative of meth. So if you're given the option between keep drinking coffee and meth, I mean, take the coffee. Read the ingredients of most ADHD medication. It is a derivative of meth, yes. I'm making a joke, but... like the rest of Italy. Bean. If you're just, like, making weird jokes out of my dumb joke, then okay, I get it. All right, let's go and channel out all of this, which should be safe. Just need to go along here. Here. Don't really need to go that way. Do kind of need to go this way. Yeah, that's maybe the worst case scenario, I would say. Oh, 2 bunny rabbits died because it's early spring. They died of old age. Thankfully, those stupid long-eared rats with their stub tails finally died. That's okay. I make puns and I don't have kids. Chat calls me a dad all the time and I go, I'm not a dad. I just make puns. I don't have a license to make my dumb jokes, so please don't call the pun cops. I don't want to go to prison for puns. Which is one of the reasons I affectionately refer to this Twitch chat as the Pungeon. We are the Pungeon. No, Diamond. We've talked about this. Uh-oh. Lava going whoosh. Okay. It's fine. The reason I'm doing this from the top down is so that it's harder for my dwarves to get randomly turned into, you know, fire when they accidentally release lava like that, it's way less likely my dwarves will die. As the amount of dwarves you can lose when doing this is very high if you're not cautious. More like they accidentally do a way too effective Han Solo impression. But if you want to say, oops, I accidentally obsidian statue, I mean, I would understand. Okay, so I'm not actually going to keep doing this full process. I'm going to green glass this, green glass this, green glass that, green glass that, green glass that, green glass that. I think that's everything for this layer. Then we move down to here. And this is where we get a little bit less cautious. Although I do really need this filled in. Green glass for aesthetics. Because you do not want to let the demons into the magma sea. Wow, that's very far underneath. I love how I've managed to build a bunch of non-floors in here when I was just trying to build floors, but, well, oops. And those are all ramps, apparently? Welp. Apparently unusable green glass ramps have a very different color. Noted. Might actually use that. Fluffy Wambler isn't a rodent. It's its own species. And hamster. And I like hamsters for their ability to consume alcohol. This is one of the greatest articles ever written, by the way. One of the most important studies of the last several decades, I would argue. Hamsters can drink up to 1.5 liters of Everclear per day and have no ill side effects. I'm not talking about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress has no reference to how much alcohol hamsters can consume. Hamsters are, like, their bodies are designed to digest mostly fermented food. So for that reason, they actually have the highest alcohol tolerance of any known creature on Earth based on their size. There's versions of that article that are not paid. All right, so we have a faceted metal figurine of satyrs. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is an image of satyrs in faceted metal. We also have this, which is an amulet, and this earring. I'm going to forbid and then unforbid all of these. And I'm going to dedicate all those to the king, and then they can put them wherever. Actually, I'm going to screenshot the names of them. I'm going to put it on a pedestal in the king's... Or I'm going to set them to be put on a pedestal in the king's room, and I'm going to dedicate it to the king. So this is where kings sleep, right? Yes. Monarchs sleep here in this bedroom. So on this... So this is a figurine, faceted metal figurine. a amulet, faceted metal amulet, and a ring, faceted metal earring, noble, king, that, and that. It's the process of becoming a mountain home, you know? I'm also going to make some rock pedestals. Just keep up 10 more because I'll need some more. But yeah, long story short, there was a study that I think it was the University of Melbourne that did it, where they were studying the alcohol tolerance of rodents that lived in desert environments because most of their food, biologically, would be would have a pretty high alcohol content. Discovered heat. What devilry is this? Something evil is emerging. All right, so somebody's on fire. The Great Udolph may be about to be on fire. Nish is actively on fire. This is an Inferno Spectre. I'm going to remove all of these. The Inferno Spectre is a large quadruped composed of flame. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it squirms and fidgets. We're going to follow it. It is pushing this dwarf backwards. The Great Udolph is now stunned up against the wall. Udolph has taken some swings at it, but seems to have missed its pants. The dwarf's pants are getting very damaged. Nish is still on fire. That's unfortunate. Udolph's now on fire and is enraged. And the Inferno Spectre is, doing Inferno Spectre things, I think. It's now named Maze Evils, having killed the Great Udolph. Moves up and down a layer, and then up, and then throws a bunch of fireballs at somebody who I didn't see. There you are. Tekid, who's also on fire. That's very unfortunate, Tekid. Rest in peace, Tekid. The creature that moves up a layer. Smoke is filling the area. Meanwhile, the dwarves, all wet, ready, and waiting. The creature is, simply sitting and waiting. The frame rate is dropping. I'm going to do a thing. Clear smoke. This is more for you guys than me. So I'll increase the frame rate drastically for a second until it starts firing out fireballs again. It's still firing fireballs at that dwarf that's about to die. Oh, also up at a different dwarf, which is 404 Load, who's one of my militia captains, which actually sucks. Okay, I'm just going to do a thing. Extinguish all clear smoke. This is just going to make this fight not take a billion years. So let's follow you. You should immediately be extinguished, which it didn't, but okay. I'm going to lock this doorway as this peasant walks out. Now we can let this fight play out. So the creature comes up and almost immediately gets hit by a bolt, and so does one of my recruits. Or rather, my recruit gets hit by a ball of fire. Pierre's on fire. One of my dwarves runs in. Where's the creature? The creature's one layer up. Drops down a layer. I'm going to split the squads up. I'm going to send one of them over to this side. I'm going to send these two down to here. Clairvore is on fire now. Where is the creature? This dwarf's on the outside, and I'm not even sure how they got there. Unless the creature's dead already. Should be kind of crazy. Hold on. Is it dead? I think it's dead. Because otherwise it would still be showing up. So who killed it then? Hold on. Let me jump to the combat logs. The Inferno Spectre kicked a Marksdwarf in the head. A flying steel bolt hit it. Okay, so it got hit by a flying steel bolt. So who hit it then? So it was shot by one of my dwarves. Was it you? Did you get it? Before you burned to death, Clairvore? Nope, you didn't. Well, I don't know who got credited with the kill, but they did kill it. As the other dwarves are all burning to death. So we're losing Onul and Clairvore. Unless chat gives me permission to put the fires out. What do you think, chat? Because I could put the fires out. I could save them. I can't really tell them to go down to there. Sometimes I will actually build, like, mist generators into setups like this, where, like, when they get caught on fire, it extinguishes the fire, but I think it's too late. I think they're dead. Rest in peace, dwarves. Uh-oh. Why are you bleeding? Oh, wow. Hold on a second. I didn't do this. But Clairvore managed to put the fire. I didn't do anything. I did not do anything. One of the dwarves did die, I think. But Clairvore managed to somehow get out from the fire and is now sitting there in heavy bleeding. How? Are you... How did you not die, dwarf? Pierre did, and so did Tekid, but Clairvore managed to get the fire out somehow. And then die. Well, didn't do so much good, shall we say. Okay, what's burning here? Oh, I see. It's some caper leaves that are burning. Those won't take too long to burn up. That's a dwarf grease? Yep, that's what happens when dwarf fat melts. It becomes dwarf grease. It burns longer than it would otherwise, basically. All right, so chat room. It's 2:43. I have to head over to my parents' house. Hey, it's a melon. Lovely. I have to head over to my parents' house for holiday affairs. But plans for the next stream. We're going to finish filling up this with the necessary ballista equipment. We're going to fill up this with bolts. We're going to get more bolts put over here. All I need to do to dig too deep, really, is I need to channel into this 2 or 3 layers. And we are 1 layer above it. So I only have to go down 2 or 3 more layers to dig too deep. And digging too deep will, you know, release the Hell Horde. And it's either this layer right beneath us, or it's the one below it. It's one of those two. So we will dig too deep tomorrow on Boxing Day and finish up this fortress and then play Caves of Cud after we are done with that. So that sounds entertaining to you, and you haven't yet, obviously give this channel a follow, and we will memorialize the dead then, and then fill it with lava. You can't actually fill hell with lava, but I mean, maybe. We'll see. It's time for me to shut the YouTube stream down. So to those of you watching over on YouTube, I just want to say thank you very much for tuning in. Twitch, you guys can say goodnight to YouTube if you like YouTube. If you want to raid with us, hop over here onto Twitch, and we'll go on a raid. Otherwise, thanks for hanging out, YouTube. You guys have been awesome.